Chapter 4260. Similar to the Shangang land and the world of divine offering, there were many powerful ultimate God forces in the sanctioned land. Almost all of them had the protection of living supreme experts. Ning Yixuan came from the Ning clan, a powerful ultimate God family in the sanctioned land. Although he was not a direct descendant of the Ning clan master, his status was even more honorable than the descendants of the Ning clan master. It was said that his lineage had once produced a supreme expert. Ning Yixuan was the recognized genius of the Ning clan. He was also recognized as the first genius in the history of the Ning clan. He became an emperor god when he was 1,800 years old. He became an ultimate god when he was 3,000 years old. Now he was not even 4,000 years old, but his cultivation level was close to becoming a medium ultimate god. He was only one step away from becoming a medium ultimate god. Moreover, not only was his cultivation talent incredible, but his comprehension was also incredible. He was not even 4,000 years old and was only a lower ultimate god, but he had already comprehended the law of life to the point where he could illuminate 1,000,000 miles, creating a precedent for the Ning clan. In the Ning clan, there had never been anyone who had comprehended the law of life to the point where they could illuminate 1,000,000 miles before the age of 4,000. Recommend the book chasing app that I have been using recently. Source Changing Divine Artifact, app read in cached mode. Read aloud offline. There had never been anyone who had comprehended the law of life to the point where they could illuminate 1,000,000 miles with just the cultivation level of a lower ultimate god. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he had also mastered the Spear Tao, one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the weapon Tao. He had completely mastered it instead of just grasping the embryonic form. In addition, there was a high-level, profound divine metal in his body. There were even rumors. It was said that Ning Yixuan was valued by the supreme expert behind the Ning clan and had even stayed with the supreme expert for more than 1,000 years. During this period, he could receive the supreme expert's guidance at all times. Ning Yixuan was very famous in the sanctioned land. He was not only the pride of the Ning clan, but he was also recognized as the child of destiny by the people in the sanctioned land. There weren't many who didn't envy Ning Yixuan, and there weren't many who didn't envy Ning Yixuan. In the Ning clan in the sanctioned land, clan master. In the quiet courtyard, an old man looked at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes who was slowly walking in and quickly bowed. His tone was filled with reverence. "Fourth uncle." As for the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man, he bowed respectfully before the old man. "You are an elder. There is no need for you to bow to me in private. The patriarch is the patriarch of the Ning family. We can't ignore the etiquette." The old man shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man asked, "Patriarch, did you come this time for that child, Yixuan?" The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "I just came out of seclusion when I heard that he had returned." "Patriarch, you're late." The old man smiled bitterly. He came back 60 years ago. However, not long after he returned, he left the clan and went to the planar battlefield. Judging from his words, he's planning to break through to the medium-level ultimate god realm in the dimensional battlefield. As the old man spoke, there was a hint of worry between his brows. "You're going to break through to medium-level ultimate god?" The middle-aged man in luxurious robes, who was the current head of the Ning clan, a giant, godly, venerable rank clan in the land of sanctions, could not help but light up when he heard the old man's words. "So soon? I remember he's less than 4,000 years old, right? As expected of the most monstrous existence in the history of our Ning clan." The head of the Ning clan sighed. The old man could not help but smile bitterly. "I do hope that he can be more ordinary. He's good at everything, but he can't stay idle and always likes to go outside." The head of the Ning clan smiled. "If he didn't like to go outside and explore, he wouldn't be where he is today. Fourth uncle, don't worry. Yixuan will be fine. Perhaps the next time we see him, he'll already be a medium-level ultimate god." The head of the Ning clan comforted. He knew that the monstrous youth of their Ning clan would not die so easily, not to mention his heaven-defying luck. There was still someone behind him. He knew that the ultimate powerhouse behind their Ning clan valued the other party very much. Furthermore, the other party had followed that ultimate powerhouse for many years. Even if he really encountered an undefeatable opponent, he might still have some life-saving means that ultimate powerhouse had bestowed upon him. Everything else aside for now, an ultimate expert's divine power was definitely not lacking. Although it was easier for him to obtain an ultimate expert's divine power than ordinary people, he still felt inferior compared to Ning Yixuan, even if he was the current head of the Ning clan. Perhaps the Ning clan will have a second ultimate expert in this generation. The head of the Ning clan muttered to himself. Naturally, the old man beside him could not hear his mutterings. Even with the head of the Ning clan comforting him, the old man's eyes were still filled with worry. His clan was once glorious, but since that ultimate expert died, it seemed that their luck had been bad. Even if there were experts who rose up, they all fell in the outworld one after another. Now, their bloodline was only left with that one seedling. If something happened to him, their clan would be completely cut off. In the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, the battlefield where the divine offering land and the land of sanctions met, Ning Yixuan had been accumulating battle merits in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication for many years. He wanted to open a single secret realm and strive to enter the medium ultimate god realm before the chaotic area where more people from the realms of gods gathered. Now that the time had come, he did not care about his battle merits and directly opened the single secret realm to enter. I've accumulated so many battle merits to open this single secret realm. It shouldn't be possible for people from the divine offering land to enter at the same time and fight to the death with me, right? After entering the single secret realm, Ning Yixuan looked at the picturesque scenery around him and narrowed his eyes slightly. If there really is someone, then he can only blame himself for being unlucky. No matter how strong a lower ultimate god is, he won't be able to escape death when he meets me, Ning Yixuan. I've killed many medium ultimate gods in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication this time. A mere lower ultimate god is no match for me. Ning Yixuan was very confident. He indeed had the confidence to do so. After all, he was not an ordinary lower ultimate god. He was the pride of the Ning clan in the land of sanctions. He was also recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the land of sanctions, a peerless genius. Even in the land of sanctions, many people said that it was not just the land of sanctions. It was difficult to find another person who was more outstanding than Ning Yixuan in the realms of gods, or even the entire heaven and earth. It was even difficult to find someone who was as outstanding as Ning Yixuan. Just as Ning Yixuan was waiting for the arrival of the first checkpoint, he realized that it did not appear for a long time. This made him have a guess in his heart. Could it be that there's really someone from the land of divine remains who is so unlucky as to enter the same single secret realm as me? To be able to enter this single secret realm with me. This means that he has also spent a long time accumulating battle merits to finally open this secret realm. I spent more than 50 years accumulating battle merits. He should have accumulated them for hundreds or even thousands of years. In Ning Yixuan's opinion, it was definitely not easy for a lower ultimate god to accumulate so many battle merits. He could accumulate them so quickly because he was strong enough to be almost invincible among the lower ultimate gods. Now, I'm looking forward to meeting him. Ning Yixuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. I wonder if he's a man or a woman. There's a high probability that he's a man. While Ning Yixuan was filled with curiosity and anticipation, in another place within the secret realm where he was, a purple figure stood in the air on a boundless plain. There hasn't been a checkpoint for so long. The young man in purple was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had been in this secret realm for some time, but after waiting for some time, he did not encounter any checkpoints. Although he had killed some lives in the secret realm, he only received some additional rewards. Moreover, those lives were scattered everywhere and did not look like a secret realm checkpoint at all. This situation, could it be that someone from the Land of Sanctions entered this single secret realm with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he thought of this. How could a lower ultimate god from the Land of Sanctions be so bored? Even a lower ultimate god with some strength would have to spend at least hundreds or thousands of years to accumulate so many battle merits, right? He has accumulated so many battle merits to open this single secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, he's preparing for the opening of that chaotic area. What a pity! It's a pity that he met me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the lower ultimate god from the Land of Sanctions was destined to be unlucky to have met him this time. With his current strength, he was not afraid of a lower ultimate god no matter how strong he was. Moreover, he did not think that a lower ultimate god could be that strong. At least he had not heard of any lower ultimate god who could easily kill a medium ultimate god when he was in the Shengang land. Even if there were a few lower ultimate gods who could kill a medium ultimate god, they had killed those who had not consolidated their cultivation base. They were incomparable to his current strength. The single secret realm is a duel between me and him. Everything in this secret realm is just icing on the cake. With so many battle merits to open this single secret realm, the extra rewards will definitely be very generous once we decide the winner. Next, I'll find him directly. I hope he's not hiding too deeply. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian moved as fast as lightning. Almost at the same time, in another place in this secret realm, a young man in a blue robe was surrounded by light. His figure swayed, and he flew out with the wind. That lower ultimate god from the Land of the Gods should have realized that this is a single secret realm for a duel with me. I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid he's hiding. I'll try to find him before he hides. Otherwise, I'll have to wait until the final moment before the secret realm closes and force him to appear before I can find him. In a secret realm that was neither too big nor too small, two lower ultimate gods were looking for each other. Chapter 42:61. Outside the Xiao family, a slender figure was fighting against 4 people. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was undefeatable. At every critical moment, the law of time combined with the limitless Tao was enough to save her from danger. Even so, the owner of the slender figure still had an ugly expression on her face. She knew that if this continued, she would not be able to escape the fate of being captured when the Yun family arrived. Time passed quietly. At some point, a divine artifact flying ship arrived at the speed of a high-level ultimate god. Then, 2 figures walked out of the ship. One of them was a middle-aged man, while the other was a young man. Both of them looked similar. The young man was respectfully following behind the middle-aged man. When he saw the slender figure in the distance, his eyes were filled with shock. However, after the shock, his eyes shone brightly. Cousin's abilities are indeed stronger than she was in her previous life. The middle-aged man who was walking in front sighed. If Ning Shui was a man, the Xia family would definitely reach new heights under her leadership. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, it's also because she's not a man that you and the Yun family have a chance. Today, I'll capture her and bring her back to the Yun family. I'll find a high-level ultimate god who's skilled in the Soul Tao and use a secret technique on her. I'll try my best to erase part of her memories from this life and her previous life so that she'll return to her teenage years. If you still can't win her heart under such circumstances, then you'll have to take another step and make her pregnant with your child. The young man's eyes narrowed when he heard the middle-aged man's voice transmission. Then he said bitterly, "Father, you know cousin's character. If we force it, even if she doesn't have her memories, I'm afraid she'll choose to die together with us." The middle-aged man replied calmly, "That's why we have to find a way to erase her memories. After she's forgotten her extreme actions from her previous life and her memories from this life, you can interact with her again. Try your best to make her like you and not reject you as much. Under such circumstances, no matter how much you force it, even if she's unhappy, she won't go to extremes. He was well aware of his niece's personality. As such, he could not allow her to go to extremes. Otherwise, the relationship between the Yun family and the Xia family would reach a stalemate or even break apart. Although his brother-in-law did not dote on his niece as much as he did his nephews, she was still his daughter after all. It was impossible for him to leave her in the lurch. There were many things that he wouldn't dare to do if he wasn't confident. He had originally intended to do good deeds. If he were to fail in his attempt to draw a tiger and end up looking like a dog instead, that would not be what he wanted. Shuai, the middle-aged man, appeared and raised his hand. The 4 mid-level ultimate gods from the Yun clan stopped fighting and stood behind the middle-aged man as if they were his followers. At the same time, Kerr, who was besieged by 4 people, stopped and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. "Uncle, why did you ask them to stop me? Did you kill my husband's parents?" This was what Kerr was most worried about. Otherwise, why would the Yun family stop her from returning to the Xia family? She was worried when she thought of this possibility. Currently, the soul pearls of her parents-in-law, Sister Fei, and even her daughter, Duan Sealing, had lost their effectiveness as time passed. For this reason, she could not confirm if they were still alive through the soul pearls. No, the middle-aged man, who was the clan leader of the Yun clan, shook his head lightly. "Shuai, they're still alive and well. I can assure you of this." "Then why did you ask them to stop me? Why didn't you let me send a message back?" Kerr asked coldly. In her past life, even if she was unwilling to marry her cousin, Yun Qinyan, she still respected her uncle as an elder. However, the respect she had for her uncle was now gone because of his actions. "Shuai, you'll find out about this in the future. Why don't you follow me back to the Yun clan and be a guest for a while?" The clan leader of the Yun clan said with a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. At the same time, there was a faint glimmer in the depths of his eyes that was captivating. Even Kerr was slightly dazed at this moment. At this moment, the originally hostile scene suddenly became deathly silent. At this moment, the clan leader of the Yun clan had cast the soul assimilating mystic technique with a soul energy that was considered top-notch among high-level ultimate gods. He intended to temporarily distract his niece and forcefully bring her back to the Yun clan before deciding what to do next. He was afraid she would go to extremes at this moment. This was something he was worried about and did not want to see. A mere high-level ultimate god dares to distract my master? At this moment, a voice reverberated in Kerr's ears. The voice was cold and childish. At the same time, a faint ray of light shot out of Kerr's body and swept toward her soul. Bang! As the pen light shot out, the strands of external soul energy were immediately severed. A single stroke was enough to sever one's soul. At this moment, Kerr's mind was completely clear. As for the culprit, the clan leader of the Yun clan, he could not help but change his expression. Shuai, Ai's divine weapon, can actually restrain the soul assimilating mystic technique? At this moment, he suddenly felt that things were going to be difficult. This divine weapon was obviously obtained by his niece in the dimensional battlefield. Before this, although she had also obtained a divine weapon from her previous life, it was not this godly brush. This godly brush was not an ordinary divine weapon. It gave him the feeling that it might have been fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. However, it did not strengthen itself, but instead gave it the ability to destroy souls. If the embryo of a supreme divine weapon was fused with a high-level divine weapon, it could strengthen the weapon or give it some kind of ability. Even if I bring her back to the Yun clan and find a high-level ultimate god who specializes in soul assimilating mystic techniques, can they really interfere with her memories? At this moment, he was doubtful. It seems that if I want to succeed, I'll have to take away her divine weapon first. He sighed in his heart, feeling that things were going to be a little tricky. A full soul superior divine weapon was not something that could be easily taken away. It was a divine weapon that could be fused with its owner's body and be compatible with its owner. Unless the owner of the divine weapon was willing, the only way to make the divine weapon independent was to kill the owner. What a clan leader of the Yun clan! At this moment, Kerr, who had regained her senses, realized what had happened to her with the reminder of the divine weapon soul. When she looked at the clan leader of the Yun clan again, her eyes were cold and she no longer addressed him as uncle. You actually used the soul assimilating mystic technique on me. It seems like you want to forcibly restrict my freedom. At this moment, I'll make my stance clear. If you want to take me away by force, it's impossible. Over my dead body. If I want to commit suicide, even the clan leader of the Yun clan can't stop me. As she spoke, a cold smile appeared on Kerr's face. Cousin. At this moment, the young man standing behind the clan leader of the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, said, My father is your uncle. He's your senior. How can you speak to him in such a manner? In the Yun clan, the clan leader of the Yun clan's younger sister was not the only one who had married the clan leader of the Xia clan. Moreover, the clan leader of the Yun clan's first wife, who was also Yun Qingyan's biological sister, was also married to the clan leader of the Xia clan. She was also the first wife of the clan leader of the Xia clan. After the death of his first wife, the clan leader of the Yun clan's second wife was married to the clan leader of the Xia clan. Naturally, Kerr was not the child of the two wives of the clan leader of the Xia clan in her past life. She was an illegitimate daughter whom the clan leader of the Xia clan had brought back from outside. For this reason, she did not address the clan leader of the Yun clan as uncle. She usually addressed him as uncle. Since her biological father was the first wife of the clan leader of the Xia clan, it made sense for her to address the clan leader of the Yun clan as such. Kerr merely glanced at Yun Qingyan indifferently when she heard his reprimand. Yun Qingyan, do you know how I viewed you in my past life? She did not wait for Yun Qingyan's reply and continued to say, In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. In my past life, you wanted to marry me because of my strength and innate talent. I killed myself in hopes of reincarnating so that I could fulfill my father's wish and destroy our engagement. However, I didn't expect you, and the Yun clan would not let me go. Kerr's voice grew colder as she spoke. Yun Qingyan was not angry when he heard her words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Cousin, you were stubborn back then. Neither I nor the Yun clan promised you that we would destroy our engagement if you successfully reincarnated. Back then, this cousin of his had threatened his uncle that she would die to repay him with her flesh and blood. After all, she was only able to appear in this world because of him. Back then, it had caused a huge commotion. Many people, including him and the Yun clan, had tried to stop her, but they could not shake her determination. At that time, when his cousin had died, he had thought that it was impossible for her to reincarnate successfully since it was a path of certain death. He did not have the guts to do so. However, he didn't expect that his cousin would succeed. Of course, he knew that his cousin had succeeded because his cousin's cultivation base had increased to a certain level in this life. That was how he found out through the means of the Yun clan and the Xia clan. At that time, he had thought that since his cousin was so unwilling and had lost her cultivation base after reincarnating, it would be fine if she did not continue with the engagement in her past life. However, at that time, his father had come to him and told him that, as the saying went, destruction is the key to creation. If there were no accidents, his cousin would become even more monstrous after experiencing the calamity of life and death. At that time, he was tempted again. He could not help but be tempted. Later on, when he saw his cousin in this life and learned that she had found a husband and had a child with him, he was enraged and jealous. The woman in his life had been snatched away by someone else. If his cousin had not threatened him with her life, he would not have let that person off so easily. Chapter 4262. Although Yun Qingyan did not have strong feelings for his cousin, he was still in love with her. However, the marriage contract in his past life had made him view his cousin as his personal property. He would not allow anyone to take her away from him. For this reason, when he learned that his cousin had a husband and a child with him after reincarnating, he was so furious that he wanted to kill her more than once. He even thought that even if his cousin really wanted to die, he would still vent his anger on her. However, whenever he thought about his father and how he would have to rely on his cousin to take charge of the Yun clan in the future, he suppressed his anger. Later on, he brought his cousin back to the realms of gods. However, since his uncle, the clan leader of the Xia clan, had spoken, he had no choice but to send her back to the Xia clan. Moreover, he had left the hostages related to Duan Lingtian behind in the Xia clan. Of course, before he left, his uncle, the current patriarch of the Xia clan, had promised him that after 1,000 years, when the planar battlefield closed, he would marry his cousin. At that time, the Xia family would also use the hostages he had captured to threaten his cousin. Only then did he feel at ease leaving the Xia clan. However, he did not expect such a drastic change would occur in the Xia clan a few hundred years later. A powerhouse from the Land of Sanctions had gone to the Xia clan to look for trouble with his uncle, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Meanwhile, the third master of the Xia clan had seized this opportunity to send the hostages he had captured who were related to Duan Lingtian out of the divine offering land. From then on, the trump card that was used to coerce his cousin was gone. If his cousin found out about this, she would never marry him again. Initially, he had thought he could wait until the realm battlefield closed and the passageway between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods opened. At that time, he would be able to capture Duan Lingtian and his family members and coerce his cousin. It would only take him a little more effort. His father had agreed with his plan. However, he did not expect this to happen. Duan Lingtian, his cousin's husband in this life, who was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, had risen to prominence in less than 1,000 years. Last time he had almost killed him. If it wasn't for the fact that his father had left something in his hands, he would have died then and there. After that incident, he felt a lingering fear. It was also after that incident that his father overturned his previous plan, because the plan to capture and threaten Duan Lingtian and his family again was no longer realistic. Duan Lingtian's growth was simply beyond their control. Now, even if the dimensional battlefield was closed, the Xia clan could only send people to the lower planes. Those who were not suppressed were only medium-level ultimate gods. With Duan Lingtian's speed of growth, he would most likely enter the medium ultimate god realm by then. Duan Lingtian came from a lower secondary plane, so he could form law avatars. As long as he had a law of space avatar to protect his family, the people they sent to the lower secondary planes were destined to be unable to do anything to them. They might not even be able to return. Please recommend the book app I've been using recently, Source Changing Artifact. Lots of books, complete books, and fast updates. The original plan was overturned. The new plan was launched. The new plan was to strike first to gain the upper hand. The first step was to send people to guard near the Xia clan to prevent his cousin, Xia Ningxue, from returning to the Xia clan. They would not let her know that Duan Lingtian's family was no longer in the Xia clan and was no longer under threat. Once his cousin knew about this, everything would be out of their control. With his cousin's character, without something to threaten her, their engagement was destined to be a joke. One had to know that his cousin had no qualms in her previous life. She was even willing to give up her life to resist the engagement. If such a strong person did not have a soft spot, no one could make her do anything she did not want to do. The second step was to find an expert who was good at soul techniques to erase his cousin's memory after threatening her. Then they would have a child. After that, even if his cousin's memory was restored, as long as the child stayed in the Xia clan, it would be enough to bind her. In the future, with that child in his hands, it would be equivalent to having another trump card to threaten his cousin. He knew his cousin's character very well. If it was really her own child, she would not sit by and do nothing. However, based on the current situation, his cousin seemed to have had a fortuitous encounter in the dimensional battlefield. She had obtained a divine weapon that could break soul techniques. Now, even his father had told him through sound transmission that things were getting tricky. There were only two options left. The first option was to not let his cousin know that Duan Lingtian's family had left the Xia clan and escaped their control. Then, he would force her to marry him. The second option was to seize his cousin's divine weapon and continue with the second step of the original plan. Obviously, comparing the two options, the second option was more unrealistic. Shuer, the head of the Yun clan, glanced at Kerr indifferently and said, "Some time ago, I went to find your father and personally brought your husband's parents to the Yun clan. Don't you want to go to the Yun clan to see them?" The head of the Yun clan was already thinking of tricking his niece into leaving first. When she was not as vigilant as she was now, he would then make his move and imprison her, preventing her from committing suicide. Now, he had a feeling that if he dared to use force, his niece would most likely choose to die. Therefore, he could only lie to her now. "Uft!" Kerr laughed mockingly. "Head of the Yun clan, I don't dare to believe your words. Today, before I see the members of the Yun clan, I will not leave with you. I still want to know why you are preventing me from returning to the Xia clan. What happened in the Xia clan?" Kerr's attitude was very firm. There was no room for negotiation. From beginning to end, there was a sharp energy accumulating in her body. If the head of the Yun clan dared to make a move against her, she would not hesitate to end her own life. She also believed that the head of the Yun clan would not dare to take the risk and force her to her death. Therefore, she had him firmly in her grasp. Only in this way would she be able to contact the Xia clan and find out what had happened there. The head of the Yun clan could not help but frown slightly when he saw Kerr's determination and vigilance. Even Yunqing Yan was starting to panic. He sent a voice transmission to the head of the Yun clan. "Father, what should we do now?" Based on her attitude, if we don't let her see the Xia clan and return to the Xia clan, she will really choose to die again. "Father, based on her stubbornness in her past life, she is really capable of doing that." If possible, Yun Qingyan did not want his cousin to die. Once she was dead, she would no longer be of any use to him. "Humph, of course I know that." The head of the Yun clan snorted coldly. His voice was filled with anger as he said, "I'm the head of the Yun clan. I can't believe there would be a day when I would threaten a little girl. If word of this gets out, I won't be able to face anyone anymore. In the end, it's because you are useless. If you had worked harder, with her talent and comprehension, I wouldn't have needed to rely on you." He knew his son was not only inferior to him, but he was also inferior to the patriarchs of the Yun clan. Even if he became the head of the Yun clan, he would not have much of a deterrent force. He and the patriarchs of the Yun clan would not be able to protect his son forever. Therefore, he had chosen his niece, Xia Ningshui, who was not related to the Yun clan by blood, for his son. He wanted her to be a great help to his son. However, he did not expect his plan would cause so many problems. Yun Qingyan was silent when he heard his father's reprimand. He did not dare to speak, but in his heart he was not convinced. "Am I that bad?" "What? You're not convinced?" As Yun Qingyan's father, how could the head of the Yun clan not see through Yun Qingyan's thoughts? Let's not talk about Xia Ningshui. Let's talk about her husband in this life. Can you compare to Duan Lingtian? You can't even compare to Duan Lingtian's little finger. Although I don't know how he rose to prominence, he's definitely a monster among monsters to be able to rise to where he is today from a mundane realm in less than 1,000 years. At the very least, I know some legendary supreme powerhouses who rose from mundane realms might not be as glorious as him. If nothing goes wrong, Duan Lingtian is destined to become a supreme powerhouse given enough time. The head of the Yun clan paused for a moment before he continued. "Originally, if Xia Ningshui was determined not to marry you in this life, It's not a big deal for me to give up. However, the problem is you have offended Duan Lingtian. He has great potential to become a supreme powerhouse. In fact, in my opinion, he has a higher chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse than me and Xiaoyu. In the future, if he wants to take revenge on you and the Yun clan, it won't be difficult. Now, I can only take the Yun clan with me and follow you to the end. Today, I've allowed you to marry Xianing Shui, not only so that you'll have a formidable force in the Yun clan in the future, but also so that you can lure Duan Lingtian out. The most important thing now is to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian will become a huge problem for you and the Yun clan. The head of the Yun clan's tone turned gloomier as he spoke. Yun Qingyan's face turned pale when he heard his father's words. However, he knew his father's worries were justified. Based on the speed at which Duan Lingtian grew, he would definitely become a huge problem for him and the Yun clan in the future if he was allowed to do as he pleased. Father, Yun Qingyan sent a voice transmission to his father. Why don't we ask the old ancestor to kill Duan Lingtian? The old ancestor is a supreme powerhouse. Isn't it easy for him to kill someone? Yun Qingyan said. In his opinion, the old ancestor of the Yun clan was a supreme powerhouse and was extremely powerful. There were not many people in this world that he could not kill. If the old ancestor was willing to make a move, it would not be difficult for him to find Duan Lingtian and kill him. Yun Qingyan stared at his father with burning eyes. His face and eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 42-63. Look for the old ancestor. The patriarch of the Yun family indifferently glanced at his son. Do you believe that if the patriarch knew that because of your stupidity, the Yun family had offended a young man with astonishing potential, he would first erase you before killing the other party? As the clan leader of the Yun clan, he knew a lot about the old ancestor's temper. He had only met him once. This was because there were older people in the Yun clan who were more familiar with the old ancestor. Moreover, the clan leader of the Yun clan had many records of the old ancestor's temper. Therefore, he knew the old ancestor's temper very well. If the old ancestor found out that the Yun clan had offended such a monstrous young man because of his son, the old ancestor would rather kill the young man than let his son go. Yun Qingyan fell silent when he heard his father's words. Although he really wanted Duan Lingtian to die, he was unwilling to do so if he had to pay with his own life. Father, what should we do now? Yun Qingyan glanced at his cousin, Xianing Shui, and asked his father worriedly through voice transmission. She wasn't even afraid of death in her previous life. Now, if she makes up her mind, she'll kill herself. Father, why don't you talk to Uncle? Uncle, you should still support marrying her to me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to coerce Duan Lingtian's family and friends into marrying my cousin. Yun Qingyan said. Upon hearing his son's words, the clan leader of the Yun clan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Did this foolish boy really think that his uncle supported his daughter marrying him? After all, after his niece had decided to commit suicide and break off the engagement, his brother-in-law's attitude toward him and his son had become much colder. Although he did not say anything, he must have complained a lot in his heart. Last time, when his son had returned, he had also gone to the Xia family and had spoken to his brother-in-law. There was no lack of threats in his words. Only then did his brother-in-law relent. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, his brother-in-law wouldn't allow his son to disturb his daughter's life. However, his foolish son was unaware of this. With this thought in mind, the clan leader of the Yun clan no longer bothered with Yun Qingyan. He turned to look at the woman standing nearby and said, Shui, I can ask your father to come here personally. Don't be rash. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Yun family sent out a message. However, during this process, Kerr had a vigilant look on her face. Clearly, she didn't believe her uncle's words. She was prepared to unleash her power at any moment. Not long after, a figure arrived in the sky with an overbearing aura. Only then did the accumulated power in Kerr's body slow down. The person who came was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. His face was firm, and his facial features were very handsome. One could see some of Kerr's features on his face. Looking at this middle-aged man, it was not hard to tell that he must have been a rare, handsome man when he was young. However, at this very moment, when he appeared, he glanced at Kerr and frowned slightly. "Schwer, are you all right?" He opened his mouth. His voice was low, but there was some gentleness in it. "Father, I'm fine." Kerr looked at the man who had just arrived. A conflicted look flashed across her eyes, but she still addressed him respectfully as father. This was a habit that she had developed subconsciously in her previous life. Naturally, she was very displeased with her father. "Let's end it here." The man who had just arrived was the head of the Xia family, Xiaoyu. He glanced at the head of the Yun family, who was standing in the distance. His tone was casual, but there was no room for doubt. "Brother-in-law." The head of the Yun family grinned. "Since Schwer is still unwilling to marry Yen, even after experiencing 2 lifetimes, the Yun family and I will not force this matter. Schwer and Yen's marriage will be called off." When the head of the Yun family said this, not only was Kerr stunned, but even the head of the Xia family, Xiaoyu, was taken aback. He looked at the head of the Yun family and asked, "Do you mean what you said?" Initially, when he found out that his daughter had successfully reincarnated, he had no intention of forcing his daughter to marry his nephew, Yun Qin Yen. However, when the head of the Yun family came looking for him and threatened him with the safety of the supreme powerhouse, the old ancestor of the Xiao family, he had no choice but to compromise. Although the supreme powerhouse from the Yun family might not have the guts to do such a thing, if he really did, the old ancestor of the Xia family would most likely die. Even if the other supreme powerhouses wanted to punish him, they would not make him pay with his life. The supreme powerhouses were the top forces in the God-defying realm. They were the pillars of the God-defying realm in the outer land. Any one of them was extremely important. Even if a supreme powerhouse killed another supreme powerhouse, the killer would most likely not be executed by the other supreme powerhouses. At most, the killer would be sent to guard a perilous place in the outer land for a certain period of time. Of course, it's true. The head of the Yun family nodded with a smile. At the same time, he no longer spoke. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Xiaoyu and said, "Brother-in-law, I only have one request. That is to avenge Yen and kill Schwer's husband from the mundane realm." That lowly commoner from the mundane realm blasphemed the noble bloodline of the Xia family. He should be killed for this crime. Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat when he heard the head of the Yun family's words. He knew the head of the Yun family very well. He knew that the head of the Yun family would not let his son, Yun Qinyan, lose the chance to marry his daughter, Xianing Xue, just to kill a mediocre person from the mundane realm. Of course, the mediocre person was a mediocre person. What did that boy do to make him pay such a high price? Xiaoyu was slightly confused. However, Xiaoyu looked at the head of the Yun family and sent a voice transmission to the head of the Yun family. "Tell me, why are you so insistent on killing that person and willing to pay such a high price? Tell me the truth. There's no point in lying to me." The head of the Yun family was not surprised by Xiaoyu's straightforward question. "You're indeed the head of the Xia family. You're very meticulous. That's right. I have my reasons for being willing to pay such a high price to kill that person. I won't hide it from you. That person is now a lower ultimate god and almost killed Yen'er last time. A lower ultimate god who's not even 1,000 years old. I don't want to let such a potential threat grow." The head of the Yun family said. Xiaoyu was taken aback by the head of the Yun family's words. That boy from the mundane realm has become a lower ultimate god? He found it hard to believe. Although his third brother, Xiajia, had told him in the past that his son-in-law was not an ordinary person. He had only chuckled when he heard it and did not take it seriously. How could a native from the mundane realm achieve anything, even if he was not an ordinary person? It was already good enough for him to make a name for himself in the Devata realm. However, he was shocked when he heard the head of the Yun family's words. He found it hard to imagine how a native from the mundane realm could achieve such a feat in just 1,000 years. At the very least, he had never heard of anyone breaking through to the ultimate God stage before the age of 1,000. Even the natives of the realms of gods had never done such a thing. That boy's innate talent is monstrous indeed. He's a good match for Shui. At this moment, even Xiaoyu didn't know why, but this thought popped up in his mind. The clan leader of the Yun family's expression changed when he saw Xiaoyu's thoughts. Don't even think about matchmaking them. Shui can choose not to marry Yen but Duan Lingtian must die. Moreover, you must cooperate with me to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if something happens to that senior from the Xia family while he's on duty, it'll be a big deal. You know what I mean. Once again, the patriarch of the Yun family once again used this matter to threaten Xiaoyu. A cold glint flashed across Xiaoyu's eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. However, in the end, he gave in. On one hand, there was the Xia family's biggest backer. He was the only surviving supreme powerhouse in the Xia family. His existence was crucial to the Xia family's prosperity. On the other hand, there was a peerless genius who would be extremely powerful in the future. However, after weighing the two options, he could only choose the former. What do you want me to do? Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. Before the patriarch of the Yun family could speak, Yun Qingyan, who was standing by the side, was stunned when he heard that the patriarch of the Yun family would not force his cousin, Xianing Shui, to marry him. Father, Yun Qingyan raised his voice and asked, why? Why? He could not figure out why his father would suddenly change his mind and say that the Xia family would not force his cousin, Xianing Shui, to marry him. Everything happened so suddenly. He did not even have time to react. Therefore, at this moment, he lost his composure. Shut up! The clan leader of the Yun family glared at Yun Qingyan and reprimanded him. You have no right to question my decision. The clan leader of the Yun family explained to Yun Qingyan through voice transmission. Do you want to marry Xianing Shui and face an enemy like Duan Lingtian? Or do you want to lose Xianing Shui and let that Duan Lingtian die? Insert a perfect copybook chasing artifact, old version changeable source app. Changeable source artifact, 2 choices. Choose one of the two. If you choose the former, I will immediately change my words. On the battlefield of divine judgment, in a one-man secret realm, 2 silhouettes that were sometimes swift and sometimes hidden finally met after crossing mountains and valleys. They found each other as they wished. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes shining brightly. I finally found this guy. This guy actually didn't hide? Was he very confident in himself? At the same time, the young man standing opposite Duan Lingtian, Ning Yishuan from the sanctioned Ning family, was also staring at the purple-clothed young man before him. His thoughts were no different from Duan Lingtian's. This guy didn't hide? Was it that easy to find? Furthermore, when he saw him earlier, he actually took the initiative to greet him. Chapter 4264. Of course! Without waiting for Yun Qingyan's reply, the clan leader of Yun clan continued. Even if you choose the former, I'm afraid your uncle won't support you in marrying your cousin. His words cut off Yun Qingyan's last shred of hope. I'm afraid we've crossed his bottom line by intercepting Shui outside the Xia clan's estate. Earlier, when the clan leader of Xia clan, Xiaoyu, had appeared, he had said, "Let's stop here." It was clear Xiaoyu had made it clear that he would not force his daughter to marry him even if he did not care about Yun Qingyan's threat. In fact, Yun Qingyan had already guessed this would happen before he brought Xiaoyu here. He knew his brother-in-law's character very well. In the past, he had succeeded in threatening Xiaoyu because his brother-in-law had not interacted with his daughter in this life. Now that his daughter had regained her memories and cultivation base from her previous life, she was still determined not to marry into the Yun clan. It would be difficult for him to threaten his brother-in-law again. Perhaps, in a fit of anger, Xiaoyu would take the risk and threaten him with the life of a direct descendant of the Yun clan. Today, Yun Qingyan had changed his mind at the last minute because he had sensed Xiaoyu's unyielding attitude. He did not only ask Xiaoyu to help him kill Duan Lingtian. Now, it was almost impossible for him to force Xiaoyu to marry his daughter off again. On the other hand, if he wanted to kill someone he did not have any feelings for, the chances of success were slim. After the clan leader of Yun clan told Yun Qingyan the truth and analyzed the pros and cons, Yun Qingyan had no choice but to accept his fate. "What do you want me to do?" Xiaoyu, the clan leader of Xia clan, asked in a low voice as he stared coldly at the clan leader of Yun clan. Hearing those words, the Yun family's master knew that the other party had agreed. He wasn't surprised at all because it was all within his expectations. "I hope you won't let Shui or know that Xia Jia has released Duan Lingtian's family. Let's seal her in a spatial tunnel left behind by the Ling clan. What do you think? With the two of us working together, it'll be difficult to break the seal unless a supreme powerhouse makes a move. Even I, without you, would not be able to undo the seal. In addition, even if there were many existences at our level, it would be impossible to break the seal in a short period of time. That little bit of time would be enough for us to rush over. Shui is sealed there, so you don't have to worry about her safety. You also don't have to worry about her cultivation. That place is very suitable for cultivating and comprehending the various laws. You should be aware of this." The Yun family's patriarch transmitted his voice to Xiaoyu. Hearing this, Xiaoyu said in a deep voice, "You've thought it through." And then, "Spread the news and let that Duan Lingtian save Shui?" Facing Xiaoyu's question, the head of the Yun family replied, "Of course not. I sealed Shui, because I didn't want Shui to cause more trouble. To the public, our two families have been spreading the news of Shui and Yan wedding. The news will be spread after 100 years when the planar battlefield closes. I suspect that Duan Lingtian is currently in the planar battlefield, and he might not know if we spread the news outside. Moreover, he should already know that Shui entered the planar battlefield first. Perhaps he's currently in the planar battlefield looking for Shui, so even if he receives the news now, he might not believe it. 100 years from now, when the planar battlefield closes, will be the best time to spread the news. 10 years after the planar battlefield closes will be the wedding date in the news we spread. At that time, our Yun family and your Xia family will hold a grand banquet and invite everyone." The Yun family's patriarch pondered for a moment before saying these last words. "Of course, if we do this, even if we kill that Duan Lingtian, it will damage Shui's reputation. At that time, I'll personally explain that Duan Lingtian has killed many of our Yun family's direct descendants, so our Yun family must kill him, and your Xia family is merely helping. What do you think?" As the Yun family's patriarch finished speaking, he stared at Xiaoyu with a look of certainty, as if he wasn't worried at all that Xiaoyu would refuse. As for Xiaoyu, although he seemed to be moved, he was still hesitant. At this moment, the Yun family's patriarch looked at the woman standing not far away and said in a low voice, "Shui, from today onwards, Yenna will never bother you again. However, your actions in this lifetime are too negative for our Yun family to give the rest of the Yun family an explanation. I will join forces with you and seal you in a space tunnel. Don't worry, it's very safe there and it won't affect your cultivation, comprehension of the laws, or the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Just for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, your father and I will return you your freedom." As the Yun family's patriarch spoke, Xia Yu also looked at his daughter not far away. His gaze was calm, but it seemed like he was also seeking her opinion. At this moment, Kerr heard the Yun family's patriarch's words and was first stunned. Then she felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. It was that simple. Only sealing her for 1,000 years? The Yun family would completely give up on the idea of marriage with her, and the Xia family? No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem realistic. After all, when she returned in the past, her father's attitude and the Yun family's attitude had once made her feel hopeless. She never thought that, after a lifetime, they would still not let her go. But now, when she compared the two, she felt that it was very unrealistic. Father. Kerr looked at Xia Yu. She knew that this matter could only make the Yun family compromise because of her father's efforts. Otherwise, the Yun family would not have compromised like this. They're fine. Xia Yu seemed to be able to read the meaning in his daughter's eyes. He said bluntly, back then, not long after you went to the dimensional battlefield, an enemy of mine in the land of sanctions came looking for me. He fought with me, and your third uncle took the opportunity to send them all out of the divine offering land. He forcefully tore open space and sent them back to the mundane realm. Xia Yu said, If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask your third uncle yourself. Your third uncle entered the dimensional battlefield to look for you after that. You can ask the people around him. A hint of joy appeared on Kerr's face when she heard Xia Yu's words. Then, a slight frown appeared on her face. She could roughly guess how her third uncle had sent them away. There was a certain risk involved. After all, they would be sent to an unfamiliar, mundane realm. It was almost impossible to accurately send them back to the Saint Province realm. Schwer. At this moment, the clan leader of the Yun family said with a smile, Follow your father back to the Xia family. After you've confirmed that they're fine, your father and I will send you to a place to be sealed. The reason I send people to stop you is because I'm worried that you won't want to talk to Yen, and the Yun family after you know they're gone. We've gone overboard this time. Your father is angry as well. Let's call off the marriage agreement. As for the Yun family, you only need to be sealed for 1,000 years. In the Heavenly Adjudicator battlefield, it was a single-person secret realm that required a lot of battle merits to open. Two young men stood facing each other. Young man, you're considered unlucky to have met me. Ning Yishuan stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him with a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he did not intend to attack directly. Or rather, he was confident enough that he was not worried that his opponent would attack him first. Can you tell me why you're accumulating so many battle merits to open this single-person secret realm? Is it to seek opportunities to prepare for the opening of the chaotic area? Ning Yishuan asked with a smile. So many battle merits? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yishuan's words. He almost wanted to ask why Ning Yishuan had said what he wanted to say. Is this little bit of battle merits considered a lot? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. His tone was natural and calm. Is it not a lot? Ning Yishuan smiled. It would take an ordinary lower-level ultimate god like you at least a few hundred to 1,000 years to accumulate so many battle merits, right? Even if your strength is good and you're considered an upper-class lower ultimate god, it would be difficult for you to accumulate so many battle merits in less than 100 years. What? Are you going to tell me that you've only spent less than 100 years to accumulate these battle merits? If that's the case, I'll have to look up to you. You've accumulated so many battle merits in less than 100 years. Ning Yishuan's smile became even brighter as he spoke. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Obviously, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had accumulated so many battle merits in 100 years. It was impossible to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years if one did not have the strength to kill an ordinary middle ultimate god. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yishuan's words. He then looked at him deeply. What you mean is, you didn't spend much time to accumulate those battle merits. He also knew that even a top-lower ultimate god would find it difficult to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. However, judging from Ning Yixuan's behavior, he obviously did not believe that he could accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. Coupled with his confidence, there was a high probability that he was one of the top-lower ultimate gods. It might have taken him more than 100 years to accumulate those battle merits. No wonder you're so confident. When you saw me, you immediately ran up to me. Do you think I'm a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Duan Lingtian secretly laughed. Not bad. Ning Yixuan smiled faintly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. So. Although it took me some time, it's definitely shorter than yours. Let me introduce myself. I'm the most dazzling person in the land of sanctions, Ning clan. Although Ning Yixuan was introducing himself, he did not mention his name because he knew that he was very famous even in the land of divine remains. As long as the ultimate gods in the land of divine remains were not those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 1,000 years, or those who did not interact with others, there was a high probability that they would not know about him. You didn't even mention your name. Is that a self-introduction? Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he heard Ning Yixuan's self-introduction. Or, do you think I should know about you, the most dazzling person in the land of sanctions, Ning clan? If that's the case, I'm sorry, I've never heard of you. Chapter 42, 65. You've never heard of me? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Ning Yixuan completely. You've never heard of me, Ning Yixuan? In his opinion, there should be very few people in the various planes of gods who had not heard of him. After all, his talent and comprehension were shocking in the various planes of gods. As long as one was in public, there were very few who did not know of him, especially in the circle of ultimate gods and above. Those who did not know of him were even rarer. But now he had actually met one. Moreover, he felt that the other party did not seem like an old antique. He even had a feeling that he was mistaken. The other party seemed to be younger than him. Of course, he only treated it as an illusion, because he felt that it was impossible. One should know that he was not even 4,000 years old. A lower ultimate god under 4,000 years old. Looking at the past history of the various planes of gods, the number of people who had appeared could be counted on one hand. Apart from him, there was no one else in the current generation. Even among the group of older generation living in the current generation, including some of the strongest experts he knew, no one had entered the lower ultimate god realm before 4,000 years old. 3,000 years ago, the Xia clan's proud daughter, Xia Ningxue, who had appeared in the world of divine remains, had only entered the lower ultimate god realm after 4,000 years old. At that time, it had shocked the entire world of divine remains, and even many people in the land of sanctions had mentioned it, until his appearance completely overshadowed Xia Ningxue's limelight. Because of that, in the various planes of gods, except for those old antiques who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, there were very few existences above the ultimate god realm who had not heard of him. He's pretending? Strange. Ning Yixuan stared at the purple-clothed young man in front of him and felt that there was no reason for him not to have heard of him. He must be pretending not to have heard of him. However, if he had really heard of him, there was no way he could be so calm at this time, right? Who did not know that although Ning Yixuan was only a lower ultimate god, he had the strength to fight against most medium ultimate gods. Many of the weaker medium-level ultimate gods were no match for him. So your name is Ning Yixuan. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Why don't you introduce yourself? Ning Yixuan now completely believed that the person in front of him was acting. He must have heard of him and deliberately pretended not to have heard of him. I want to know who you are to have the courage to be so calm in front of me, Ning Yixuan. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard that. He's just a nobody. My name is Duan Lingtian. You're far away in the sanctioned lands, so you definitely haven't heard of me. Duan Lingtian said. Although he was famous in the Mystic Star Land, this was not the Mystic Star Land after all. Moreover, the person before him was from another realm of gods. This time, even if the chaotic region of the sanctioned lands opened, it would not mix with the profound Handle region. Insert a perfect copybook chasing artifact, old version changeable source app. Changeable source artifact, he had already understood this point. After some time, the other realms of gods that formed the chaotic region with the divine offering land and the sanctioned lands did not have the mystic star land. Duan Lingtian? Ning Yixuan was startled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then his pupils shrank slightly. The first thing that came to his mind was a rumor from the mystic star land that he had heard some time ago. Although the dimensional battlefield had opened and the spatial passageways between the realms of gods had been sealed, it was still very easy for existences above the ultimate god level to travel between the realms of gods. They only needed to transit through the dimensional battlefield, even if it was different dimensional battlefield. As long as they found the weak point of the spatial barrier, they could travel freely. Not to mention existences above the ultimate god realm. Even many powerful god emperors could easily do this. Therefore, Ning Yixuan had also heard some rumors about the mystic star land. A peerless genius had appeared in the mystic star land. He was not even 1,000 years old and was already a higher god emperor. This achievement had even surpassed Ning Yixuan's. One had to know that even Ning Yixuan had only just stepped into the god emperor realm when he was 1,000 years old. Even he had only broken through to the lower god emperor realm when he was 1,800 years old. Many people might not think much of this rumor, or even believe it when they heard it. However, Ning Yixuan remembered it in his heart. He even had someone go to the mystic star land to confirm it, and finally confirmed that it was an indisputable fact. Only then did he realize that someone who was not even 1,000 years old had surpassed him back then. Of course, he did not care. Even if someone who had stepped into the higher god emperor realm before the age of 1,000 years old might not necessarily be able to step into the ultimate god realm. Now, the reason why he was shocked was because, as far as he knew, the name of the higher god emperor monster who was not even 1,000 years old in the mystic star land was Duan Lingtian. Impossible. He's from the world of divine offering, not from the mystic star land. At this moment, Ning Yixuan even thought that the person in front of him was the monster from the mystic star land. However, on second thought, the other party came from the world of divine offering, so it was impossible for him to be that person. It was not that he did not guess at that moment that the other party might have run from the mystic star land to the world of divine offering and then entered the god's adjudication battlefield as a person from the world of divine offering. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was dispelled by him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If this person was really that person, then wouldn't he have stepped into the ultimate god realm before the age of 1,000? Wouldn't his record of being the fastest person to step into the ultimate god realm in all the planes of gods be broken by someone else? It could not be that person. Therefore, at this moment, although he did not think that the other party was that person, at the same time, he told himself that the other party was not that person. Don't tell me that you know me. Although Ning Yixuan's complicated expression changed in an instant, it was still caught by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh mockingly. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ning Yixuan, who did not intend to ask if the other party came from the mystic star land, asked this question out of curiosity. You came from the mystic star land? Faced with Ning Yixuan's question, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. It can't be, right? This person really knows me? Am I so famous now? Even the land of punishment knows about me? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. It was impossible for him to imagine that the reason the other party had heard of him was because the other party was a genius and had paid attention to some of the monsters that appeared in the plains of gods. This was especially so for someone like him, who had become a high-level god emperor faster than the other party. What's with your expression? Seeing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, Ning Yishuan's originally calm expression suddenly froze. Then he raised his voice. "Don't tell me you really came from the Mystic Star Land." Although he still did not quite dare to believe it, the other party's expression was enough to express many things. Duan Lingtian also came back to his senses at this time. His expression returned to normal as he said indifferently, "If the Duan Lingtian you heard of from the Mystic Star Land came from the Mystic Star Land's Myriad Law Academy, then it should be me." Mystic Star Land, Myriad Law Academy. At this moment, Ning Yishuan was completely sure. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's really him. Ning Yishuan's heart trembled. Then his voice trembled slightly. "Didn't you just become a high-level God Emperor not long ago? You actually became a lower-level God Emperor?" At this time, Ning Yishuan took a closer look at the person in front of him. It was not difficult to see that although the other party was a lower-level God Emperor, his divine power was obviously very unstable. This was clearly a lower-level God Emperor who had yet to consolidate his cultivation. Everything made sense now. The other party was really that peerless monster, Duan Lingtian from the Mystic Starland. "I had some fortuitous encounters after entering the planar battlefield." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "It's just that I didn't expect that there would still be people in the distant land of sanctions who have heard of me." Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ning Yishuan's expression became complicated. Then he asked somewhat unwillingly, "Duan Lingtian, tell me the truth. You really haven't heard of me, Ning Yishuan?" Not only was Ning Yishuan not reconciled, he was also somewhat unwilling to give up. Duan Lingtian shook his head. "No matter how many times you ask me, it's the same. I really haven't heard of you. Are you very famous? Are you really famous, or do you think you're famous?" Duan Lingtian was somewhat puzzled. In fact, Ning Yishuan's fame was naturally very great. It was just that Duan Lingtian's environment made it impossible for him to hear of Ning Yishuan's existence. If Duan Lingtian mingled with the ultimate God-level forces in the Mystic Starland or the world of divine remains, it would definitely be easy for him to know of Ning Yishuan's existence. However, he was in the Myriad Law Academy. Moreover, he was in the Myriad Law Academy's internal division. Everyone in the internal division was a monster. Although Ning Yishuan was also a monster, he was still not worthy of being praised by Yang Yuchen, the third senior brother of the internal division, in front of his junior brothers and sisters. No matter how high one's talent was, it would be in vain if one couldn't grow. Moreover, many people were very talented in the early stages and made rapid progress. However, in the later stages, they might be stuck in a certain cultivation realm and not make any progress. At this moment, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ning Yishuan wanted to vomit blood. What did he mean by he was really famous? Or did he think he was famous? Duan Lingtian. Ning Yishuan furrowed his brows and shouted angrily, "I've heard that you're very strong and can fight enemies above your level. Although you've just entered the lower-level ultimate god realm, I won't treat you as an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. In addition, you must have entered the dimensional battlefield not long ago, less than 100 years. If I'm not mistaken, your strength shouldn't be weaker than some of the weaker medium ultimate gods. However, this time, I, Ning Yishuan, am destined to kill you. Even if I don't gain anything else this time, it's worth it to spend so many battle merits to kill a monster like you." As Ning Yishuan finished speaking, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, divine power rose from his body along with a terrifying aura of life. Then a vision appeared and shrouded the surroundings, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become solemn. The power of the law of life illuminated millions of miles. Chapter 4266. The power of law illuminated 1,000,000 miles. It was Duan Lingtian's first time encountering such an existence in the dimensional battlefield. Even among the medium-level ultimate gods he had killed before, none of them had comprehended the power of law to the point where they could cover 1,000,000 miles. At most, they could only cover 100,000 miles. Today, however, he had seen such an existence. Moreover, the other party was not a medium-level ultimate God, but a lower-level ultimate God. Even third senior brother's power of law was only close to covering 1,000,000 miles when he entered the dimensional battlefield with me. It was still at the level of covering 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian was amazed by the scene before him and could not help but sigh. At least, his third senior brother's comprehension of the power of law was not as good as the other parties when they were at the same cultivation level. Moreover, the other party had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the life law. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian did not know when, but a long spear had appeared in Ning Yishuan's hand. It was 2 feet longer than an ordinary 7-foot-long spear. It was a full 9-foot-long spear. The long spear's tongue was dark green and surrounded by green light. The tip of the spear was bright gold and flashed with another color of light. It was like the light of a golden sword condensed and flashed. A condensed soul was faintly discernible and was about to come out. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound as the terrifying power of law condensed under Ning Yishuan's feet. It shook the void and made it seem as if it was about to shatter. In the next moment, Ning Yishuan's entire body shot out. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook the air, causing the air to stagnate. The terrifying power of law gathered and gradually condensed at the tip of the long spear. The void was torn apart, and there were bursts of ear-piercing sounds in the air. Tiny spatial cracks were faintly discernible. Whoosh! Wherever the long spear passed, an even more mysterious power appeared, causing the spatial cracks to become more obvious. It was as if the long spear could tear the space apart with a simple shake. At that moment, the power of the long spear increased by a level. Spear principle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also confirmed that the person in front of him had another shocking technique. He had actually mastered the spear Tao of the 4 Tao of weapons of heaven and earth. The Tao of the spear was the same as the Tao of the sword and the Tao of the saber. They were all part of the Tao of weapons, and there was no difference in strength between them. The difference in strength completely depended on the comprehension level of the person who comprehended the Tao. Now that Ning Yishuan had displayed his spear Tao, Duan Lingtian was surprised. It wasn't hard for him to confirm that Ning Yishuan's spear Tao was inferior to his sword Tao. It could even be said that it was inferior. His opponent's spear Tao had clearly only just been fully comprehended. It was only recently that the embryonic form of spear Tao had officially transformed into the true form of spear Tao. Very strong. You've already surpassed most of the medium-level ultimate gods I've met. Seeing Ning Yishuan's strength, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He was definitely the most powerful lower ultimate god he had ever met. Just like him, Ning Yishuan had the strength to kill a medium-level ultimate god. In the face of such a strong Ning Yishuan, Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn. He teleported a second time and dodged. Facing Ning Yishuan, who continued to attack him, a 3-foot-long green sword surrounded by colorful light appeared in his hand. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was overflowing with light. A sharp sword essence rose as if it could tear and destroy everything. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength skyrocketed and turned into bursts of spatial storms. It seemed to be able to distort the surrounding space, causing the surrounding space to darken. One could vaguely see that many spaces were folded together and swaying like pieces of paper. The Tao of control was also displayed at the right time. Although Duan Lingtian's divine power and power of law were inferior to his opponents, the existence of the Tao of Sword Tao and the Tao of Control were enough to allow Duan Lingtian's strength to catch up with, or even surpass his opponent. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian used his body to control the sword. Wherever they passed, the space was torn apart. At the same time, there was also the spatial energy to open a path seal, and imprison the space in front of them. The purpose was naturally to obstruct Ning Yixuan's attack. "It's useless." Ning Yixuan charged with his spear, his tone indifferent. "So what if you've exhausted some of my attack? My life law is endless. Small losses can be recovered in an instant." The truth was just as Ning Yixuan said. Although Duan Lingtian had exhausted a portion of Ning Yixuan's attack, this portion of power was quickly regenerated, as if he had instantly recovered to his peak state. The law of life, the power of life, grew and multiplied endlessly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also deeply realized the power and terror of the life law. The life law that he had mastered was on a completely different level from the life law that he had mastered. Yet it was powerful to such an extent. It should be known that he had also mastered the life law and had the sacred tree of life in his body. He also had a deep understanding of the power of life. But this time, facing the life law that Ning Yixuan had displayed, Duan Lingtian realized that the life law that he had previously understood was only a drop in the ocean. The life law not only had astonishing recovery ability and long life, but its attack power was also extremely frightening. It was as if the attack power was not afraid of being exhausted. Even if it was just a single power, it was enough to give one a headache. Moreover, during this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that the rapid recovery of Ning Yixuan's attack consumed very little of Ning Yixuan's energy. It could even be said that it was negligible, and he recovered in an instant. The life law is amazing. Sighing in his heart, Duan Lingtian no longer used small paths to exhaust his opponent's attack. He directly chose to meet force with force, his sword whistling as it swept out, meeting force with force. The space law was no longer hidden. A 100,000-mile heaven and earth anomaly appeared. The sword principle appeared, and a terrifying sword essence soared into the sky, as if it could pierce through the heavens. The way of control followed like a shadow, and together with the space law, it further increased the power of the space law. It was no weaker than the space law that illuminated millions of miles. So powerful! At this moment, Ning Yixuan's face was unprecedentedly solemn as he faced Duan Lingtian's sword that was prepared to meet force with force with force. If he did not face it personally, he would find it hard to believe that a guy who had just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had not consolidated his cultivation base could display such terrifying battle power. The battle power displayed by his opponent was no weaker than his. "He's stronger than me." Deep in Ning Yixuan's heart, such a thought popped up for no reason. He did not feel that the person in front of him was stronger than him, but he felt that the person in front of him could achieve such achievements at such a young age and was stronger than him. As for strength, he did not feel that he was weaker than his opponent. Kill him. I, Ning Yixuan, am still the most dazzling and outstanding genius in this world. There can't be two tigers on one mountain. This person should not exist. Kill. Ning Yixuan's originally calm eyes were entwined with blood qi at this moment, and instantly turned into blood-red eyes with an awe-inspiring, killing intent. Around him, streaks of blood qi shot up into the sky. It was his bloodline power. After Ning Yixuan's bloodline power shot up into the sky, it did not envelop and merge into his body. Instead, it condensed into a giant beast above his head. The bloodline power condensed into a giant beast that looked like a cat. It also looked a little like a tiger, but more like a cat. As soon as this big cat appeared, its eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Then, two blue light beams shot out from its eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once the two blue light beams shot out from the cat's eyes, they spread out in the air and turned into two layers of waves that enveloped the area. The blue light that covered the sky and earth seemed very thin and faint, but after it enveloped the area, it seemed to be all-pervasive. It directly swept through Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, it was not affected at all. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian realized that although his soul was not directly attacked, it was still somewhat affected. Even his entire body seemed to have stiffened at this moment. This is a bloodline power? Duan Lingtian's pupils contracted sharply. There were many kinds of bloodline power. Some were directly integrated into the body to fight against the enemy, and some were displayed through divine ability means. Some of them were very terrifying and had astonishing characteristics. And at that very moment, his body was affected by it. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he was frozen in place. This was not space imprisonment, nor was it time stop. It was a manifestation of a characteristic of a bloodline power. With his body frozen, Duan Lingtian's attack naturally stopped in the void. It was greatly affected and even showed signs of stagnation. It was no longer as indomitable as before. In this kind of battle, suddenly stopping was undoubtedly a destructive blow. And Ning Yixuan also took advantage of this opportunity to explode all his strength. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook the air, and the condensed life force shot toward Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, it suppressed the sword radiance whizzing out from Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices, exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian, today, I, Ning Yixuan, will kill you here and now. Ning Yixuan's eyes revealed a hint of madness. At the same time, a drop of terrifying power also appeared in an instant and fell on his body, causing his attack to greatly increase. An ultimate expert's divine power. At this moment, Ning Yixuan even used an ultimate expert's divine power, causing the divine power in his body to increase by a level in an instant. It was comparable to a medium ultimate god's divine power. Obviously, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, he did not intend to hold back. Even teleportation can't be used. This bloodline power is really impressive. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian didn't panic, and a figure that emitted an extremely formidable aura whistled out from within his body. It was his space law doppelganger, which had also used an ultimate expert's divine power. It held another soul-grade, upper-grade divine sword in its hand and attacked at lightning speed. He attacked with all his strength. He did not hold back. In the next moment, Ning Yixuan, who was originally suppressing Duan Lingtian's original body, had a slight change in expression, but he quickly regained his composure. Do you think I don't know that you have a Dharma doppelganger? As his voice fell, his bloodline power rolled up a branch with rich life force that appeared out of thin air and met Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger head-on. This branch exploded in midair, and then the shadow of a towering tree appeared and blocked Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger. Chapter 42:67 The Divine Tree of Life. As the silhouette of the towering tree appeared in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was originally calm, had a change of expression on his face. Ning Yixuan actually possessed a branch from the Divine Tree of Life. Moreover, the branch was not simple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to summon the Divine Tree of Life's apparition to defend himself. Duan Lingtian attacked with all his might, intending to destroy the Divine Tree of Life's apparition. However, the Divine Tree of Life's apparition seemed to have the ability to repair itself. No matter how powerful Duan Lingtian's apparition was, it could still repair itself and prevent Duan Lingtian's apparition from helping his main body. Of course, it was not unlimited. During this process, Duan Lingtian noticed that the speed at which the Divine Tree of Life repaired itself could not keep up with the speed at which his apparition was destroying it. Even so, it would be difficult to destroy it without a certain amount of time. Duan Lingtian's main body was in imminent danger. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could feel death approaching him. This was the second time he felt death approaching him since he entered the ultimate God realm. Even the previous time when he faced the Yun clan leader in the Divine Offering Land was not as dangerous as this. Duan Lingtian, I know you very well. I know what you're capable of. Now, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Ning Yixuan had a victorious smile on his face as he continued to attack Duan Lingtian with a 9-foot-long spear in his hand. Duan Lingtian was the only celestial emperor he knew who was more talented than him. Therefore, after hearing about Duan Lingtian, Ning Yixuan had done a thorough research on Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods, and Duan Lingtian was from a mundane realm. He knew Duan Lingtian did not have a bloodline to rely on, but he had his apparition. From the beginning, Ning Yixuan had calculated everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Ning Yixuan felt victory was within his grasp. There was almost no suspense. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian's feeble attacks were mostly destroyed, Duan Lingtian finally regained control of his body. The sword light on the 7 orifices, exquisite, sword rose again. Although Ning Yixuan's bloodline mystique was powerful, it couldn't restrict Duan Lingtian forever. There was a time limit, and after using it once, he needed to recover for a long time before he could use it again. Otherwise, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? In this world, there was no such exaggerated bloodline power. Even the descendants of the most powerful masters could not have such exaggerated bloodline power. It's useless. It's too late. Ning Yixuan smiled faintly. His unstoppable offensive instantly suppressed Duan Lingtian's later offensive, completely suppressing Duan Lingtian. It seemed that if this continued, Duan Lingtian would definitely lose or even die. At this time, the illusory figure of the sacred tree of life was still entangled with Duan Lingtian's spatial law doppelganger. As for Duan Lingtian's other law doppelgangers, even if they were to come out, they would not be of much use. They were too weak to block the opponent's powerful attacks. If they were to come out, they could only be cannon fodder, and the useless kind of cannon fodder. Your strength is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to have the branch given to you by the sacred tree of life. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian sighed. It was not difficult for him to see that the branch of the sacred tree of life came from a complete and powerful sacred tree of life, and that kind of sacred tree of life only existed in the small world of an ultimate master. Obviously, Ning Yixuan had a close relationship with an ultimate master. Otherwise, he would not have been given such a treasure. Such a treasure could not only be used for healing, but it could also be used against enemies. Just like now, it easily blocked the attack of his law doppelganger. If he did not have any other means to rely on, he would definitely die today. It seems like I can only rely on the power of the sacred tree of life again. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then he opened the small world in his body, and the life-divine energy on the sacred tree of life surged and swept out, shrouding the aggressive Ning Yixuan. The life-divine energy of the sacred tree of life was endless, attacking and counteracting the law of life on Ning Yixuan's body. At the same time, it consumed a lot of its own energy. This was because the life-divine energy came from the same source. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to counteract such a level of law of life. The sacred tree of life. At this moment, Ning Yixuan's expression changed completely, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "You have a complete sacred tree of life in your body." Ning Yixuan naturally knew what this meant. It meant that although the person in front of him was not an ultimate master, he already had the shadow of one. This was because the sacred tree of life in the small world in the body was a characteristic of an ultimate master. Of course, the opponent was not an ultimate master. This meant that the opponent had found a complete sacred tree of life through other means and made the sacred tree of life recognize him as its master, willing to guard the small world in his body. Swoosh! At the same time, after Ning Yixuan's attack was counteracted by more than half, Duan Lingtian's counterattack instantly turned the tables and suppressed Ning Yixuan's attack. Then, he swept his attack toward Ning Yixuan. In just a blink of an eye, not only was the situation reversed, but Duan Lingtian even gained the upper hand. In fact, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was about to kill Ning Yixuan. Ning Yixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. If I hadn't exhausted so much of my profound divine metal last time, and it's still in a deep slumber, I might have been able to kill him this time, even with the help of the sacred tree of life. What a pity! What a pity! Not only was Ning Yixuan talented, but his luck was also heaven-defying. He had obtained a piece of profound divine metal in his early years and successfully transformed it into a high-grade, profound divine metal. In the Ning clan, he was widely acknowledged as the most likely person to become an ultimate master. This was because he had mastered one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the Weapon Tao and the Spear Tao. This was because he possessed a high-grade, profound divine metal. At this moment, Ning Yixuan was unaware that his opponent also possessed a high-grade, profound divine metal that was in a deep slumber. In fact, his opponent not only possessed a profound divine metal, but he also possessed the other 4 divine elements. Moreover, all of them were in a deep slumber. Otherwise, the divine elements could easily destroy or even devour the profound divine metal in his body. Ning Yixuan's law of life was being counteracted by the sacred tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world, making it impossible for him to block Duan Lingtian's attack. A hint of struggle flashed on Ning Yixuan's face before a jade talisman appeared in his hand. As soon as the jade talisman appeared, Duan Lingtian felt as though it contained a terrifying aura. It was as though a dreadful beast was hiding inside. Before he could react, Ning Yixuan had already crushed the jade talisman. Crack! The jade talisman shattered into pieces as a terrifying explosion reverberated through the skies, after which an incomparably gigantic face appeared in the air. It was faintly discernible, as though it was an illusory image, yet at the same time it also seemed as though it was real. It was the face of a middle-aged man. His calm eyes glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Lingtian's heart to palpitate. Then he shifted his gaze to Ning Yixuan. "Old ancestor, I'm useless. I've embarrassed you." In front of this giant face, Ning Yixuan appeared a little dejected, even restraining his strength. Duan Lingtian's attack and the sacred tree of life's attack were blocked by an invisible barrier. The invisible barrier appeared out of nowhere, like an impenetrable wall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt powerless. At the same time, the sacred tree of life in his body trembled and withdrew its life force. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the sacred tree of life was trembling in fear. It was as if the huge face in front of him was some kind of scourge. This is a supreme expert? Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he saw the huge face blow out a breath. It tore open the space in the secret realm and took Ning Yixuan away. A spatial crack appeared. Then a terrifying suction force extended out and forcibly took Ning Yixuan away. The gigantic face glanced at Duan Lingtian calmly again before it vanished again. It was as if it had never appeared. In the next moment, the spatial crack that sucked Ning Yixuan in also disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian was stunned. What was going on? He was only guessing before, but at this moment he was completely sure that the huge face that appeared just now was definitely a supreme expert. Otherwise, it would not have been able to take Ning Yixuan away. This was a secret realm in the dimensional battlefield. Once it was opened, even the top upper ultimate gods would not be able to intervene, let alone save someone. What is this? A supreme expert is cheating. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he did not attack me, I did not kill Ning Yixuan either. Will this single-person secret realm still give me the rewards I deserve? Just as Duan Lingtian was frowning and lamenting the darkness of this world, in the battlefield of the divine judgment, a middle-aged phantom was preparing to leave through space with a young man. However, just as he was about to attack, a gentle energy appeared out of thin air and stopped him. It prevented him from attacking and shattering the space. Ning Yinheng, you've crossed the line. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion appeared. He looked at the middle-aged phantom and spoke indifferently. At the same time, a tall and handsome young man in green appeared. He glanced at the middle-aged phantom and said coldly, "Ning Yunheng, are you deliberately provoking us today?" Chapter 42-68 Ning Yunheng. The Ning clan was one of the most powerful, godly venerable rank clans in the Land of Sanctions. The god's judgment battlefield was a planar battlefield formed by the intersection of the divine offering land and the sanctioned land. It was the handiwork of many supreme experts from the two planes. Usually, there would be two supreme experts stationed at the god's judgment battlefield to monitor the surroundings. The purpose was to prevent other supreme experts from interfering in the battlefield of planes and destroying the fairness of the battlefield of planes. The battlefield of planes was a place they created to train their juniors so that more supreme experts could be born. With more supreme experts, the probability of a supreme expert being born would naturally be higher. Now, the two supreme experts in charge of the battlefield of divine judgment had appeared to stop Ning Yunheng, and supreme expert, from interfering in the battlefield of divine judgment. They had clearly seen Ning Yunheng's previous actions through some of the arrangements in the battlefield of divine judgment. Ning Yunheng had interfered in the fight between two geniuses in a single-person secret realm. When one of them was about to die, he had hastily intervened and saved him. He had even brought him out of the single-person secret realm and avoided death. Fellow Taoists. As for Ning Yunheng, who was preparing to leave with his Ning family's genius junior, Ning Yixuan, when he saw the two of them appear in such an aggressive manner, not only did he not get angry, he instead sighed. This is the most outstanding descendant of my Ning family in history. I don't wish for him to die in the planar battlefield at this time. I'm sure both of you have heard of this descendant of mine. As long as there are no accidents, the probability of him becoming a supreme expert in the future is extremely high. The planar battlefield exists to nurture even more monstrous geniuses. If a genius like my descendant were to perish there, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Although Ning Yunheng was a supreme expert, he was very humble at this moment. First, it was because he was only a projection of his divine power as a supreme expert, while the other two had come in person. Second, it was because he was in the wrong and had violated the rules of the battlefield of planes. Ning Yixuan. At this time, the old man of the two supreme experts who had just arrived also calmed down a little in the face of Ning Yunheng's humble attitude. At the same time, he looked at Ning Yixuan beside Ning Yunheng and said, "I've heard of him. He is indeed a good genius. Even when he fought in the single-person secret realm earlier, his skills were astonishing and even stronger than ordinary medium-level ultimate gods." Right after the old man's words left his mouth, the young man who was the last to arrive declined to comment. Compared to his opponent, I'm still much weaker. Wasn't the Tree of Life and the escape methods Ning Yunheng left for him? The young man paused for a moment before looking at Ning Yunheng. Ning Yunheng, how do you think your descendant compares to his opponent? Hearing this, Ning Yunheng was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. No, you also know that I'm not as good as you. If we're talking about becoming an omnipotent, that person's potential is much greater than your descendants. Today, you rashly interfered in a fair fight between them, violating the rules of the planar battlefield. If you were him, what would you think? Now, as long as he's not stupid, I'm afraid he'd have already guessed that you're an omnipotent. What's the difference between your actions and suppressing him? Now that you've taken your descendant away, although that secret realm will give him a reward in the end, do you think that's fair to him? As soon as the young man finished speaking, the old man looked at Ning Yunheng. Ning Yunheng, take something to compensate that little fellow. At the same time, the two of us will call for an omnipotent meeting to reveal your actions. In the end, you'll definitely have to bear some additional responsibility. Even if the two of us are willing to make things easier for you, the truth can't be concealed forever. Instead of being found out later and being held accountable by the three of us, It's better to directly resolve this matter publicly. What do you think?" The old man asked. Seeing that Ning Yunheng seemed to be hesitating, the old man continued, "Of course, you have another option. That is to send your descendant back and no longer interfere in the fight between him and that young man. Under such circumstances, you can just compensate that young man with something. There's no need to call for an omnipotent meeting to hold you accountable." The old man gave Ning Yunheng two options. The young man did not speak, but it was obvious that he agreed with the old man. At this moment, Ning Yixuan, who had been silent all this, finally spoke. "Patriarch, send me back. I didn't know that you would be held accountable for saving me. If I knew, I would never have crushed the life-saving jade token you left for me." Ning Yixuan regretted it. Although he did not know what the omnipotent meeting was and did not know what responsibility he, the patriarch, would have to bear, since it was a responsibility agreed upon by the omnipotent meeting, it would not be a simple responsibility. Perhaps there would even be a certain degree of danger. If this patriarch encountered danger and something happened to him, it would be a great blow to the Ning clan. At that time, he, Ning Yixuan, would become a sinner of the Ning clan. Although there were only 2 people left in his lineage, because of the glory of his lineage in the past, although his lineage no longer had the glory of the past, it still received all sorts of courtesy and preferential treatment in the Ning clan. If he became a sinner of the Ning clan, not only would he let down the rest of the Ning clan, but he would also let down the ancestors of his lineage. However, as soon as Ning Yixuan finished speaking, Ning Yunheng raised his hand and knocked him unconscious and took him away. At the same time, Ning Yunheng's divine power projection shattered the space and left behind 2 metal pieces before taking Ning Yixuan away. These 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts are the compensation I gave him back then. You can start the omnipotent meeting at any time. I, Ning Yunheng, will bear any punishment. These were the words Ning Yunheng left behind for the 2 of them before he left with his people. The old man, who was standing in the same spot, put away the 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts inside. It seems that this guy sees his descendant as the hope of the Ning clan. Last time, it seems that he was seriously injured and left a way out for the Ning clan. The old man sighed, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. It seems that it won't be long before another old friend leaves this world. "I can see that," the young man said calmly. The young man spoke with a calm expression. "I only hope that his descendant doesn't disappoint him." "I don't think so." The old man shook his head. "I've heard of that Ning Yixuan. He's indeed a good seedling. With his help, there's a chance that he'll become a superior ultimate god within 3,000 years and an omnipotent expert within 10,000 years. An omnipotent expert within 10,000 years. The young man smiled faintly. It's not that easy to become an omnipotent expert. Who among us didn't go through hardships to become an omnipotent expert? I'll take my leave first. You can finish the rest. It's best not to let that little guy harbor any resentment. He's a good seedling and may become one of our comrades in the future. Before the young man's figure faded and disappeared, 2 streams of light shot toward the old man. Give these 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts to him as well. After the young man disappeared, the old man looked at the 2 embryos of sword-shaped omnipotent divine artifacts in his hands and couldn't help but gasp. Is this guy going to invest in that little guy? He thinks so highly of him. Just because that little guy mastered such a sword principle when he just entered the lower ultimate god realm? I don't understand these guys who practice the sword. The old man's figure began to fade on the spot and then disappeared. At the same time, a voice muttered to himself and gradually dissipated. Should I also give him 1 or 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts as an investment in him? In the single-person secret realm, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. It wasn't until the sky was filled with rosy clouds and beams of light fell like a meteor shower that he regained his senses. So many rewards. In fact, Duan Lingtian wanted to get one reward the most, not multiple rewards. Multiple rewards meant that the rewards had to be shared. After sharing, the value of each reward would be reduced accordingly. But now there were 7 rewards falling down at the same time. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Just now, the omnipotent expert had forcefully intervened to save the other party. But now, even the rewards had become 7. Could it be that the omnipotent expert was behind this too? Because I almost killed his people? Now, without guessing, Duan Lingtian could also guess that the arrogant guy named Ning Yishuan must have been saved by the omnipotent expert behind the Ning clan or the omnipotent expert's other friends. Thinking about how the other party had not only taken the person away, breaking the rules, but also causing trouble with the rewards of the secret realm, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Of course, although he was a little angry, he also knew that he could only endure it. That was an omnipotent expert, an existence that could kill him with a flick of a finger. Although angry, now that the rewards had fallen, Duan Lingtian didn't ignore them. Even if they were shared and each reward was very ordinary, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Even if he couldn't use it, it was fine to keep it for his family and friends. However, when Duan Lingtian lazily took the rewards, he was stunned again. Other than a fist-sized aquamarine bottle with a cork, there was nothing special about it. The other 6 items all gave him a familiar feeling. These are the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts. It hadn't been long since he had obtained the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian held these 6 ordinary-looking pieces of metal in his hand, he recognized them immediately. Are the rewards of the single-person secret realm so generous? It can't be, right? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was dreaming. Didn't they say that the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts were very hard to come by? How did he get 6 of them in such a short time, including the one that merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword? There were a total of 7. In other words, if 2 more embryos of the omnipotent artifacts merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, as long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword was given a certain amount of time to digest them, it would directly transform into an omnipotent artifact. Chapter 42-69. Last time, in the extremely rare natural secret realm, the last test that was as difficult as ascending the heavens for an ordinary upper god emperor was only rewarded with 1 embryo of a supreme divine weapon. However, this time, Duan Lingtian had received a total of 6 embryos in this single-person secret realm. Even though he knew that this single-person secret realm had cost a lot of battle merits to activate and that the rewards were extraordinary, Duan Lingtian did not dare to believe that there would be such a generous reward. The value of this reward, excluding the unknown bottle, could be said to be more than half a supreme divine weapon. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled and confused. Could it be that the supreme divine weapon who abducted the person gave me an extra reward because he was in the wrong? Right when this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, an aged voice seemed to resound out of thin air by his ears. The 6 supreme divine weapons came from me and 2 other people. One of them was the person who abducted your opponent. That person was his descendant and extremely talented. He was also the hope of their clan's future, so he could not bear to see his descendant perish just like that. After all, he broke the rules, so he left behind 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as compensation. To you, this should be considered a good thing, not a bad thing. As for the other 4 embryos of supreme divine weapons, 2 non-sword-shaped ones were given to you by me, and the other 2 sword-shaped ones were given to you by a sword practitioner like yourself. I won't introduce myself. In the future, if you become a supreme divine weapon one day, you will naturally know about us. The old voice seemed to ring in the air, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have returned to dead silence. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, finally came to a realization at this moment. So this was the truth. The 6 embryos of supreme divine weapons did not count as the reward for this single person's secret realm. To be able to let me hear his voice, this old man should also be in supreme divine weapon. The sword practitioner he mentioned is most likely also in supreme divine weapon. As this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and cupped his hands slightly toward the vast void in front of him. Then he said sincerely, "Thank you, Senior. Senior, please thank that sword cultivator Senior on my behalf." As for the supreme expert who took Ning Yishuan away, the other party did not thank him, because in his opinion he and the other party were at most a transaction. The 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts were nothing more than the money he gave to his descendants to buy their lives. With that, Duan Lingtian summoned the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Huang, fuse these 6 embryos into the sword as well. Take your time to absorb them. I will try my best to obtain 2 supreme divine artifact embryos for you as soon as possible so that you can officially transform into a supreme divine artifact. The supreme divine artifact embryo was used to increase the quality of ordinary divine artifacts. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not intend to keep it. All of them fused into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Thank you, Master. Huang. Er's figure appeared in a flash as she repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could also clearly feel that the other full-soul superior-grade divine artifact, hidden in the space law doppelganger, was also getting restless. Sensing this, Duan Lingtian said faintly, "When I have gathered 9 embryos of the supreme divine artifact for the 7 orifices exquisite sword, I will give you the next embryos of the supreme divine artifact. My doppelganger of the laws of space will eventually need an ultimate divine artifact." If it had been in the past, Duan Lingtian would have felt that he was getting carried away if he thought of obtaining a second supreme divine artifact. But this time he had obtained 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact at once, and he saw the hope of completing a supreme divine artifact. The first supreme divine artifact was very close. Would the second be far away? With Duan Lingtian's cooperation and Huang Er's efforts, the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact had all been integrated into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. As long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword completely absorbed and digested all of them, its power would rise to another level. Huang, how long do you think these embryos of the supreme divine artifact will you be able to completely absorb and digest them? Duan Lingtian asked. If I am in seclusion and can't come out to assist Master in battle, it will be faster, but like now it will be slower. It will take at least 10 years to barely absorb and digest all of them, Huang said. Huang. Er's words enlightened Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder that Huang had yet to completely integrate the first embryo of the supreme divine artifact. It turned out that it would take such a long time. Of course, only Duan Lingtian felt that it would take a long time. Even if one embryo of the supreme divine artifact took 10 years to integrate, 9 embryos would only take 90 years for an ordinary cultivator. 90 years would pass in the blink of an eye. But for Duan Lingtian, 90 years was more than 1/10 of the time he had experienced in his life. This bottle is the reward for the solo secret realm this time. After Huang returned to the 7 orifices exquisite sword and put it away, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the bottle that he had obtained along with the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact. This bottle was green and round. It was the size of his fist and had a cork on it. Is this a divine elixir? Duan Lingtian's first reaction was that this was a bottle of elixir, although this bottle of elixir was very different from the elixir bottles that he usually saw. Let's see what it is. Curious, Duan Lingtian opened the elixir bottle. Of course, he opened it slowly. When he opened the cork a little, a soft and sweet smell wafted out of the bottle and into Duan Lingtian's nostrils. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt that the divine power in his body was flowing smoothly, and he felt refreshed. With Duan Lingtian's eyesight, he could clearly see that the bottle did not contain any divine elixir, but a pool of liquid that filled the entire bottle. Of course, this liquid was not the supreme divine power. It should be drinkable, right? Duan Lingtian took a drop of the liquid from the bottle, and after confirming that there was no problem, he swallowed it into his body. In the next moment, the liquid released a magical medicinal effect in his body, causing the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body to boil even more. He felt as if his divine power was burning. When the medicinal effect was completely absorbed, although the change in his divine power was minimal, Duan Lingtian could still feel the changes within. It can increase divine power. It can even increase an ultimate God's divine power. As far as I know, even those so-called supremacy divine elixirs that claim to be able to increase divine power have very little effect. Even if they are refined into supreme supremacy divine elixirs, the medicinal effect will not increase much. Moreover, any kind of supreme supremacy divine elixir usually requires rare medicinal herbs as the main ingredient. Even a powerful ultimate God faction may not be able to gather enough medicinal herbs to refine a cauldron of such a divine elixir in 10,000 years. Most importantly, even if the refinement was successful, the improvement would not be significant. When one reached the ultimate God realm, the improvement of divine power was more dependent on oneself. External help would not be of much help. However, Duan Lingtian realized that just one drop of the liquid in the elixir bottle had made a slight improvement in his divine power. If he swallowed all of it, there should be a definite improvement. Although it was impossible to completely consolidate his cultivation base as a lower ultimate God, it should be close. If I can use this, so can other lower ultimate gods. Some lower ultimate gods who are close to becoming a medium ultimate god can also be closer to becoming a medium ultimate god if they consume this liquid. Just as this thought came to his mind, Duan Lingtian saw a spatial crack appear not far in front of him. It then turned into a spatial whirlpool, and a suction force attacked him. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian immediately plugged the cork of the bottle in his hand and put it into his storage ring before being sucked into the spatial whirlpool. After all, he was not leaving the natural secret realm this time. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to go through any tests in the space. He was directly sent out of the space. After being sent out, Duan Lingtian found himself in the sky above a vast barren mountain. After coming out, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. He immediately poured the remaining liquid in the bottle into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Duan Lingtian dared to do so because the unknown liquid's medicinal effect was not strong and was even very gentle. This time I've gained quite a lot. At least I got what I wanted. Moreover, this bottle of liquid is a treasure for an ultimate God. If a divine pill is to achieve the same effect as this bottle of liquid, I'm afraid it would take at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of effort by a powerful ultimate God force to collect the herbs needed to refine a supreme level divine pill that can enhance divine power. Moreover, my gains this time are not much compared to my previous ultimate God cultivation base. After all, it only helped me to quickly consolidate half of my cultivation base as a lower ultimate God. Duan Lingtian had long known that it was difficult to cultivate as an ultimate God. However, he entered the secret realm this time with the ambition to completely consolidate his cultivation base. Now, his ambition had not been realized, or it could be said that he had only achieved half of it. Next, I just have to wait for the chaotic area to open. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. That area has been open for 10 years. In addition, there are many people from the realms of gods in that area, so the speed of obtaining battle merits will be much faster. Moreover, there are more opportunities in that place. It's said that there are ultimate gods taking special care of that place. Ultimate gods. When he thought of ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the scene earlier. A huge face appeared. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. It might not have been the real person, but it gave him a sense of oppression. It was as if the other party only needed to glare at him if he wanted to kill him. It's not difficult to see that even ultimate gods have the same emotions and desires as ordinary people. Duan Lingtian did not expect Ning Yishuan to be able to get an ultimate god to help him. Also, the branch from the divine tree of life that he detonated earlier must have come from the divine tree of life in the ultimate god's little world. Chapter 4270. After further confirming that the person who saved Ning Yishuan was a supreme expert, Duan Lingtian was able to understand some of Ning Yishuan's previous tricks. The branch from the divine tree of life obviously did not belong to Ning Yishuan himself. The jade slip that he crushed had even attracted the attention of a powerful supreme expert. It seems like he wasn't bragging. He's definitely not an ordinary person to be able to get a supreme expert to leave him with so many life-saving tricks and even break the dimensional battlefield's rules to save him. Duan Lingtian finally understood why Ning Yishuan was so surprised that he had never heard of him. He even seemed unwilling to believe it. A person who could get a supreme expert to help him was definitely not an ordinary person, even in the Ning clan of the Land of Sanctions. Even the current head of the Ning clan, that supreme expert, might not have left him with such life-saving tricks. He's also the strongest lower ultimate god I've ever met. It seems like there are still some monsters in this world that I didn't know about. I can kill a medium ultimate god with the cultivation of a lower ultimate god. There are also upper ultimate gods who can do the same. After fighting with Ning Yishuan, Duan Lingtian was certain that Ning Yishuan's strength was stronger than an ordinary medium ultimate god, even without using the branch from the divine tree of life given to him by a supreme expert. Right now, there are still 2 years before that chaotic region opens. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know when the chaotic area where multiple planes of gods converged would open after coming out of the single person's secret realm. He only found out when he went to a nearby military camp. He was currently in a military camp in the inner area. There were very few military camps in the inner area, and they were all surrounded by formations. Anyone who left the camp would be concealed by the formations. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to track someone down and kill them. Of course, this also limited the cooperation of some people. This was because no one could walk together after leaving the camp. Even if 2 people were to leave the camp hand in hand, they would be forcibly separated by the outer formation the moment they left the camp. This was a formation left behind by an absolute powerhouse. Even a high god emperor would not have the ability to resist it. After Duan Lingtian obtained the information he wanted, he was about to leave and enter the inner area to search for more fortuitous encounters when he heard a voice calling out to him. Before he had even left, a loud and clear voice rang out beside his ears. It was actually a burly man with a face full of curly beard who was bragging with a grin on his face. The last time I met a beautiful woman in the Upper God Emperor realm, her looks were really not bad. Most importantly, her daughter was even more peerlessly beautiful, making people drool. It's a pity that she ran away with her daughter in time. Otherwise, I might be able to capture that pair of mother and daughter alive and have them warm my bed together. It's a pity that I didn't make a breakthrough the last time I was in seclusion. If I had become a half-step ultimate god, that mother and daughter pair wouldn't have been able to escape from my grasp. 4th brother Chiao, you've been bragging about this for years. An old man immediately exposed the other party as soon as he spoke. Moreover, every time you used your divine power to create their appearances, yet no one recognized them. You wouldn't have purposely made up a story and created 2 women to deceive us just to brag about it, right? As soon as the old man said that, many people immediately hissed. Some people even chimed in. 4th brother Chiao, stop bragging. I'm sick of hearing it. Why don't you change the story next time? 4th brother Chiao, why don't you create their appearances again? Who knows? Maybe someone can recognize them now. The person who said this had a mocking expression on his face. Clearly, he was dismissing the curly-bearded man. However, it was unknown whether the curly-bearded man was really not lying or felt that what the other person said made sense. But he actually used his divine power to sketch out the appearances of the two women in the void. They were two women with graceful figures and beautiful appearances, especially the younger one. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as if she could make people fall head over heels for her. Even the beautiful woman had a different kind of charm that made people's hearts flutter. The crowd was silent for a moment before someone laughed and said, "Fourth Brother Chiao, looks like you've really seen such beauty somewhere before. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to draw them." "Fourth Brother Chiao, I believe you've seen them before. However, I'm not sure if it was in the dimensional battlefield. What a pair of beautiful sisters. If I can get them, it'll be worth it, even if I'm killed by the lightning punishment in the next 1,000-year tribulation." Everyone present, including the group of men, was mesmerized by the women that were drawn in the void. More and more people gathered to watch. Even some of the women felt ashamed of their inferiority when they looked at the two figures in the sky. Some of them looked envious, and many of them looked jealous. If there was anyone who was calmer than Duan Lingtian right now, it would be none other than him. Duan Lingtian looked at the women in the void. His heart was extremely calm. However, this calmness was formed because his heart had sunk. The reason for that was because she had seen one of the two women drawn by the curly-bearded man before. She was none other than Linghu Chuin. In the profound Handelland, she was the daughter of Linghu Renfeng, the younger sister of the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. At the same time, according to Linghu Renjia, she was also Ker's twin sister. This beautiful woman looks like she's Linghu Renfeng. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian saw what Linghu Renfeng looked like. Even in front of Linghu Renjia back then, Linghu Renjia had never drawn his sister's appearance. However, he had seen Linghu Chuin before. She looked exactly the same as Ker. There was almost no difference. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, there was not much difference. It was also because of this that when he first saw Linghu Chuin back then, he had thought that she was his wife, Ker. "Where have you seen them before?" Duan Lingtian stepped forward and arrived near the curly-bearded man in the blink of an eye. He stared at him coldly and asked in a quiet voice. When the curly-bearded man heard someone speak to him in such a manner, his first reaction was to frown and reveal a cold expression. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, he extended his divine sense and probed the powerful divine power that covered the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. His expression instantly returned to normal, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. In that instant, he was certain that the other party was a godly, venerable expert. Even if he was only a lower ultimate god, he was not someone he could afford to offend. He was only an upper-level god emperor who had yet to become a half-step ultimate god. Lord, supreme god. The curly-bearded man hurriedly spoke and said to Duan Lingtian, "I met them 5 years ago in the southern part of this military camp, near the edge of the inner circle." "Lord, could it be that you know them?" the curly-bearded man asked curiously. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have bragged. Could it be that this person knew the mother and daughter pair and had a good relationship with them? However, on second thought, it was not a big deal even if he knew them. Duan Lingtian could not touch him even if he wanted to. This was a military camp. Even an upper-level god would not dare to touch him, let alone a lower-level god. In the military camp, once someone attacked someone, they would be punished by the formation left behind by a supreme expert. At that time, when the killing formation was activated, even an upper-level god would die. While the others were also looking at Duan Lingtian curiously, Duan Lingtian ignored the curly-bearded man. After glancing at him indifferently, he left the military camp. It was as if he wanted to carve the curly-bearded man's appearance into his heart with that one glance. The curly-bearded man panicked when he saw that. Could it be that he had guessed correctly? However, when he thought that even if Duan Lingtian left the military camp, he would not be able to find him, he felt relieved. Unless he was really unlucky to have met him. Otherwise, this dimensional battlefield was so big that it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for Duan Lingtian to find him. The others also saw the clues at this time. Could it be that that person knows the mother and daughter pair that fourth Chiu Laosi created? Should be. Otherwise, why would he have such a reaction? Fourth Chiu Laosi, looks like you accidentally offended that person just now. That person seems to know the mother and daughter pair, and they might have a good relationship. Actually, it might not be so, right? Maybe that person just now also took a liking to the mother and daughter pair? If that's really the case, fourth Chiu Laosi should be careful. If that mother and daughter pair did not exist, and you can't find them, he might come looking for you when he meets you in the future. Actually, there's no need to worry. The dimensional battlefield is so big. Unless fourth Chiu Laosi is really unlucky, it's very difficult to meet him. That's true. Within the army camp, while many people were still discussing Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian had already left the army camp and was walking towards the edge of the inner circle. According to the bearded man, Linghu Rinfeng was now a high god emperor, but her strength was not as strong as his. 5 years ago, she was wandering around the edge of the inner circle. Now she might still be there. High god emperors were not weak in the dimensional battlefield, but they were definitely not strong either. Rashly entering the inner circle, it could be said that 9 out of 10 people would die. She came here to find Kerr. She will either wander around the edge of the inner circle or the outer circle. For the next year, I will wander around the edge of the inner circle and see if I can find them. Although he had not met Linghu Rinfeng face to face, in the past, Linghu Renfeng had personally come to him to give him a half-soul-high grade god artifact. Furthermore, Linghu Rinfeng might be Kerr's mother in her previous life, so he could not personally see Linghu Rinfeng in danger, especially when she was in danger now, and it was because of Kerr. Kerr was his wife. She could be considered his mother-in-law. He had the responsibility to find her, send her out, and tell her that all she needed to do was to stay and look for Kerr. Let's see how lucky I am. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that in such a huge dimensional battlefield, wanting to find a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It could only depend on luck. Chapter 42-71. Now, there were only 2 years left until the chaotic region, formed by the intersection of many realms of gods, opened. Duan Lingtian did not have much time left. Spending a year to find Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuin was more or less enough. He could not spend any more time because he still had to make preparations for the opening of the chaotic region. Moreover, if he could not find them in a year, he might not be able to find them in 2 years. Most importantly, when the chaotic region opened in 2 years, Linghu Renfeng might also bring Linghu Chuin there. In the following year, Duan Lingtian began to wander around the periphery of the inner area, focusing on finding Linghu Renfeng. Occasionally, he would encounter people from the sanctioned lands, but he could not be bothered to kill them. Time passed quietly. Day after day passed, but Duan Lingtian did not find anything. He even suspected whether Linghu Renfeng had entered the inner area or returned to the periphery, waiting for the chaotic region to open before entering the inner area. Kerr entered the realm battlefield because she wants to become stronger and recover her previous life strength as soon as possible. She will definitely go to the chaotic region. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had only heard of Kerr's whereabouts twice. One of the times was when he heard someone from the Xia family mention Kerr and said that he had met Kerr. However, Kerr did not go with him. The other time was when a distant relative of the Xia family saw Kerr and recognized Kerr. However, Kerr did not have much interaction with him. The two of them did not know where Kerr went after that. Looks like I can only go to the chaotic region to see if I can find them successfully. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not only looking for but also Linghu Rinfeng and Linghu Chuin. After all, it was not safe for them to stay in the realm battlefield of the gods' judgment. In a military camp, a figure appeared. The moment he appeared, many people recognized him and exclaimed, "It's Ning family's young master Ning Yishuan." It really is young master Ning Yishuan. Young master Ning Yishuan, when did you leave? Now you've come in again? Young master Ning Yishuan is definitely here for the chaotic region that will open a year later. This time he should be able to enter the medium ultimate god realm, right? I've long heard that young master Ning Yishuan is very close to becoming a medium ultimate god. He'll most likely be able to step into the medium ultimate god realm during the opening of the chaotic region and become the youngest medium ultimate god in our sanctioned land. It's said that young master Ning Yishuan has the potential to become the second supreme expert of the Ning clan. After Ning Yishuan entered, he heard a group of people from the land of sanctions greeting him. Moreover, their words were all flattering and praising him. If it was before, Ning Yishuan would be secretly happy about this, but on the surface he would have a natural attitude, as if he was used to it. However, when he heard these words today, he felt somewhat irritated and his heart was filled with anxiety. If these people knew that he was defeated by a guy who was not even 1,000 years old a year ago, would they still be praising him like this? If these people knew that the guy who defeated him was not a native of a plane of gods, but nobody from a mundane realm, perhaps they would not be praising him like this. Instead, they would think that he was a piece of trash. Duan Lingtian, although it had been a year since he left the realm battlefield and the Ning clan's ancestor had advised him to adjust his mentality, how could he adjust his mentality in such a short time? Since the last battle, the name Duan Lingtian had been like a nightmare that coiled around his heart. He could not let it go. At that time, if he had not used the branch from the divine tree of life given to him by the ancestor to block Duan Lingtian's space law clone, he would have most likely lost. Even so, he was still defeated and almost killed. After all, Duan Lingtian had a complete divine tree of life in his body. If he had not used the life-saving method left behind by the ancestor, he would have died. Ning Yishuan knew that even if he had the profound divine metal, he would not have been a match for Duan Lingtian without the branch from the divine tree of life given to him by the ancestor. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old. Moreover, he was from the lowest mundane realm in the lower realm. Ning Yishuan's life had been smooth sailing for thousands of years. No one could compare to him. His peers could only eat his dust. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, Ning Yishuan, who was dazzling in the Ning clan and even in the land of punishment, had become a joke. It was the biggest joke in the world. The #1 genius of the younger generation in the land of punishment? That's just a joke. Until now, Ning Yishuan's state of mind was still somewhat broken, and he had not completely recovered. A year's time was not short, but it was definitely not long either. I'll strive to enter the medium ultimate god realm as soon as possible. At that time, if the profound divine metal recovers, even without the branch from the divine tree of life given to me by the ancestor, I might not be weaker than Duan Lingtian. Ning Yishuan was still comforting himself. At this moment, he had deliberately forgotten the age difference between him and Duan Lingtian. Of course, it was only for a moment. After a while, he could not help but think about it. At the same time, he felt depressed and could not calm down for a long time. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that Ning Yishuan had entered the battlefield of the divine judgment again. He also did not know that Ning Yishuan's mentality had collapsed because of their previous battle. Currently, he had spent a whole year looking for Kerr and Kerr's mother, Linghu Rinfeng, but to no avail. At this time, he had temporarily given up. Maybe it'll be easier to find them when the chaotic area opens. Thinking of this, He prepared to enter the inner area and find a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. He would sort out his cultivation during this period of time and allow the 7 orifices exquisite sword to fuse with the embryo of the supreme, divine tool faster. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian had encountered some people from the divine offering land and the sanctioned land. Duan Ling Tian ignored the people from the divine offering land. There was not a single lower ultimate god in the sanctioned land, so he ignored them. On the other hand, when the people from the sanctioned land saw him, they were so scared that their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper. After Duan Ling Tian walked for a while, another person appeared in front of him. This person was from the divine offering land. Originally, Duan Ling Tian planned to ignore him. However, when he got closer and saw the other party's appearance clearly, his eyes flickered. Then he teleported a second time and directly appeared in front of the person, blocking his way. Whoosh! The person who was blocked had a drastic change of expression. His pupils shrank rapidly and he looked flustered. However, when he realized that the person who blocked his way was also emitting the same light as him, he was secretly relieved. They were all from the divine offering land, so they should not make things difficult for him. Moreover, the person was obviously an ultimate God expert, so he should not make things difficult for him. Master! As soon as he spoke, he felt that the person looked familiar as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Do you have something to ask me? Master, if you have any questions, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know. The person who was blocked by Duan Lingtian was none other than the curly-bearded man who boasted in front of a group of people that he almost kidnapped Linghu Rinfeng and Linghu Chuin in an inner area military camp that Duan Lingtian visited a year ago. However, a year had passed and he had only seen Duan Lingtian briefly, so the curly-bearded man did not have a deep impression of Duan Lingtian. Of course, now that he felt that Duan Lingtian looked familiar, he did have some impression of Duan Lingtian, but he could not recall who Duan Lingtian was. A year ago, we met in a military camp. Duan Lingtian looked at the curly-bearded man in front of him calmly and said indifferently, "That time, you said that you almost got a mother and daughter pair." As soon as Duan Lingtian said that, the curly-bearded man was stunned at first. Then, the blurry memory from a year ago suddenly became clear. At the same time, he finally remembered why he found the person in front of him familiar. The person in front of him was the ultimate God expert who asked him where he had met the mother and daughter pair a year ago. Master, after remembering who the person was, the curly-bearded man immediately panicked. I, Chiu Laosi, like to brag. What I told them was all lies. I don't have such intentions. I really don't have such intentions. Although he was not sure what the relationship between the person in front of him and the mother and daughter pair was, he still felt that the person did not have good intentions and subconsciously began to save himself. Do you know who they are? Duan Lingtian ignored the curly-bearded man and asked him with a smile. The curly-bearded man heard and shook his head. I don't know, but Master, I really don't have any thoughts about them. I was just bragging. Moreover, I didn't lie to you. I really did see them at the edge of the inner area. Master, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. At that moment, the curly-bearded man was completely flustered. They are my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian's expression was still calm and his tone was still indifferent. However, when those words fell into the curly-bearded man's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. That mother and daughter pair were the mother-in-law and sister-in-law of this ultimate God expert in front of him? This, at that moment, the curly-bearded man's mentality collapsed. At the same time, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he released his divine energy and the power of law as he planned to escape at once. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that he was imprisoned in a confined space. The terrifying confined space originated from the law of space. Even when he attacked with the full force of his divine weapon, it only caused the confined space to tremble slightly. However, there were no signs of it being broken at all. "Master, please spare my life." "Master, I have no intention of offending your mother-in-law and sister-in-law." End of chapter. Chapter 42:72. Even if the bearded man knew he was not lying or boasting, he could not help but admit that he was boasting. What a joke! Now that the ultimate God expert in front of him had said they were his mother-in-law and sister-in-law, he would be digging his own grave if he still insisted that he was not boasting. However, even though he was boasting, it was obvious that the other party was not going to let him go so easily. "Master, I'm really just boasting." When the bearded man saw that he was still unable to break free from the spatial profundities binding him even after using his bloodline power, despair filled his heart, but he still continued to explain. In his opinion, his last straw of hope was whether or not the other party was willing to believe him. "How strong were they when you met them?" Duan Lingtian stared calmly at the bearded man and asked indifferently. When the curly-bearded man heard this, he quickly said, "When I first met them, there were only 2 of them. However, when they discovered me, your mother-in-law took your sister-in-law into her little world. Therefore, I'm not sure how strong your sister-in-law is, master. As for your mother-in-law, she should have just consolidated her cultivation base in the upper divine emperor realm not long ago." The bearded man seemed to have recalled something and hurriedly continued. "However, when she attacked, I told her I meant no harm. After that, I left on my own. After all, she's from the divine offering land just like me. We might have a chance to work together in the future, so there's no need for us to kill each other." What the bearded man said was, of course, half true and half false. The front part was true, while the back part was false. In fact, when he first met the 2 of them, even if they were from the divine offering land, he was still attracted to them. After all, the mother and daughter were definitely the most beautiful women he had ever met in his life in terms of appearance and temperament. As a man, how could he not be attracted to them? At that time, when he wanted to capture the 2 of them, the mother hid her daughter into her little world and started to escape. She was lucky enough to escape from him. As for him, he was unable to catch up to her because his cultivation base had not reached the half-step ultimate God realm. That was the reason why he could not let it go. He was so close to entering the half-step ultimate God realm. He had already entered the half-step ultimate God realm and thought he would be safe even if he was alone in the inner region. However, he didn't expect to meet the person in front of him. "My lord, everything I said is true. I'm definitely not lying to you." The bearded man looked at the purple-clothed youth in front of him. Although his face was serious, the depths of his eyes were filled with apprehension. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Now his life and death were in the hands of the other party. And the current Duan Lingtian, after hearing the words of the curly-bearded man, muttered to himself in a low voice, "He has already consolidated his cultivation of upper divine Lord Realm." That's good. In the inner region, as long as you keep a low profile, you should be able to protect yourself. Although he had yet to meet his mother-in-law, he felt that she was definitely not a reckless person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to survive until today. After all, his mother-in-law was from the Linghu clan, which was considered mediocre among the forces in the realms of gods. To be able to survive until today, she was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, after meeting the person in front of him previously, she must be more vigilant now. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, the worry in his heart lessened slightly. However, his gaze towards the curly-bearded man grew colder and colder. The bearded man's expression changed again when he sensed Duan Lingtian's gaze. "My lord," however, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. This was because the space windstorm suddenly raged in the confinement space, forcing him to divert his attention to defend himself. He did not have the time to speak to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at the bearded man who was busy defending himself in the confinement space. He calmly raised his hand and casually pointed a finger at the bearded man. In the next moment, the lower ultimate God divine energy, the space law that had yet to be fully displayed, and the sword principle turned into a sword ray that pierced into the confinement space. As the space law had yet to be fully displayed, the 100,000-mile heaven and earth phenomenon did not appear. For the bearded man, the confinement space's barrier was extremely tough and could not be broken through. However, it was useless in front of the sword ray from Duan Ling Tian's finger. In the next moment, the sword ray entered the confinement space. No. On the other hand, the curly-bearded man noticed Duan Ling Tian's attack as well, and he emitted a miserable howl that tore through the sky and seemed to be extremely horrifying. At this moment, he could barely fend for himself and did not have the energy to defend himself against the sword ray. Spurt! The sword ray broke through the bearded man's body and bloomed. In an instant, the bearded man's body was shredded into pieces, leaving behind a cloud of blood that drifted in the air before completely evaporating. Only a divine artifact was left behind and fell from the sky. Duan Lingtian casually put away the divine artifact and glanced sideways. Unknowingly, a young man had brought an old man to the vicinity. Judging from the dim light on their bodies, they were obviously from the world of divine remains. We're both from the world of divine remains. Why did you kill him? The young man stood there and frowned at Duan Lingtian. He asked in a deep voice, "Moreover, he's only a higher ultimate god. You're already a lower ultimate god. What's in it for you to kill him?" Judging from the turbulent divine energy on the young man, he was obviously a lower ultimate god. Like Duan Lingtian, he was a lower ultimate god who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. As for the old man behind the young man, he was a medium ultimate god. A medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Perhaps that was why the young man dared to question Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian indiscriminately killing his compatriots. After all, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a lower ultimate god like him. Even if he was not as good as Duan Lingtian, the old man behind him could easily suppress Duan Lingtian. Faced with the young man's question, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly, "Is it any of your business who I kill?" Duan Lingtian's words angered the young man. "What's with your attitude? You're in the wrong." "Now, you're saying it has nothing to do with me? I'm also from the world of divine remains. If you're really that powerful, why don't you kill me too?" The young man sneered as he spoke. "Young man." Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the old man behind the young man spoke first. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. "You've crossed the line. We're all from the world of divine remains. If our cultivation bases are the same, it's understandable that you killed him for the reward. However, he's only a higher ultimate god. You won't gain anything by killing him. Don't tell me you're doing this for his divine weapon?" The old man's eyes turned cold as he spoke. "Why? Do you know him?" Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at the old man. Before the old man and the young man could speak, Duan Lingtian continued, "If you know him and want to avenge him, you can just do it. Why are you wasting time here? If you don't know him, this has nothing to do with you. If you want to fight for justice and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, you can also attack me." Duan Lingtian's eyes left the old man and glanced at the young man. His tone was as indifferent as before. It was as though he did not show any emotion from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to the two young men after he finished speaking. With a sway of his body, he prepared to teleport away. However, as soon as he tried to teleport away, he discovered that the space around him was unstable. He could not teleport at all. Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the young man. His originally calm gaze turned cold in an instant. "You really want to stop me?" The young man glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "So what if I stop you? When you killed the people from the divine offering land, You should have thought about the possibility of being killed by them one day. Today, I, Yun Qingpeng, will represent the Yun clan to kill you for killing your own people." The young man said coldly as a spatial storm appeared around him. It was obvious he was skilled in the law of space as well. Due to this, he was able to interfere with Duan Lingtian's teleportation earlier. Yun clan? Yun Qingpeng? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then, an expression of shock appeared on his face. "Yun Qingyan? What's your relationship with him?" "He's my cousin," the young man sneered. "What? You're not going to tell me that you know my cousin, are you? It's useless even if you know him. You'll definitely die today." As soon as the young man finished speaking, a 4-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. A soul could be vaguely seen on the saber. The saber gleamed coldly as though it was indestructible. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man deeply. "If I told you that the person I killed earlier had a grudge against me, and that's why I killed him, would you think it's pardonable and not hold it against me now? It doesn't matter if he has a grudge against you or not. You'll still die." The young man said coldly. "I understand now." Duan Lingtian smiled as he came to a sudden understanding. "I was wondering, could it be that the members of the Yun clan are so different? Some of them hold their heads high and are arrogant for their entire lives. Yet there are also some that bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind, and like to do justice for the heavens? Now it seems like it's just an excuse. They're all jackals of the same tribe." In fact, Duan Lingtian had only asked the young man this because he wanted to see if the young man was really compassionate and seeking justice on behalf of the heavens. Now, it seemed like the young man was just looking for an excuse to kill Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, even if the young man did not see him kill Duan Lingtian, he would not have shown mercy when he encountered him. The people from the Yun clan were all jackals of the same tribe. "It seems like you're not my cousin's friend." Yun Qingpeng could not help but sneer when he heard that. The young man had said that he was arrogant and haughty. Was that not the character of his cousin, Yun Qingyan? Even Yun Qingpeng himself was no different from a grandson in front of his cousin. "You're very lucky. You'll be my first whetstone after I become a lower ultimate god." Yun Qingpeng shouted coldly as his body moved with his saber. The spatial windstorm condensed and turned into a saber ray that continued to expand. Finally, it seemed like it was going to break through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 4273. Yun Qingpeng made his move. The space windstorm condensed into a gigantic saber light that slashed through the air with terrifying power. He stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes as though he was looking at a dead man. Although the old man behind Yun Qingpeng did not attack together with him, he stood by the side to support Yun Qingpeng. His divine power was stirred up. The old man was a medium ultimate god elder in the Yun clan. He was also Yun Qingpeng's father, the second master of the Yun clan. Although he was already a medium ultimate god when he entered with Yun Qingpeng 800 years ago, he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base completely. It was not until some time ago that he had an opportunity to successfully consolidate his cultivation base and improve his strength to the next level. In his opinion, even if his young master was no match for the purple-clad young man who was also a lower ultimate god, he could easily suppress the purple-clad young man. By then he could either kill him or let his young master kill him. After all, they had the other party completely under their control. At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully at Yun Qingpeng, who had attacked him. "Even your cousin, Yun Qingyan, has to behave himself in front of me, let alone you." Duan Lingtian made his move as soon as he finished speaking. Of course, he remained motionless on the spot while his space law doppelganger attacked with his sword. He had been waiting for a long time to unleash his power. The saber light dimmed where the sword light pointed. Whoosh! The sharp sword pierced through the air and caused the void to tremble. Countless tiny spatial cracks appeared. At the same time, the heaven and earth vision of 100,000 miles appeared. Whoosh! The sword light was like the waves of the sea. Wherever it passed, the saber light was extinguished like a flame being extinguished by water. At the same time, it continued to envelop Yun Qingpeng. Yun Qingpeng's attack was shocking, as though his saber could split heaven and earth. However, at that moment, his power was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian's space law doppelganger's power. Overpowered. Completely overpowered. No. When Yun Qingpeng came to his senses, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to teleport away, but realized that the space was affected by the space energy and could not teleport at all. Duan Lingtian? He was good at the space law. Even Yun Qingpeng could affect Duan Lingtian's teleportation? There was no doubt that Duan Lingtian could stop him from teleporting away. Elder Yun Zhang? Save me! Yun Qingpeng shouted anxiously. At that moment, he could feel that death's approach. Even though he had activated his bloodline power and infused it into his attacks, he was still unable to withstand the attack head-on. At that moment, he felt that he was not facing a lower ultimate god at all. He was a top existence among the top experts among the lower gods. Even when compared to his cousin, he was not a Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that the other party had mentioned his cousin again, he was almost certain that his cousin was not as good as the other party. Otherwise, he would not. Yun. He's elders. He wanted to save the other party. However, just as he was about to move, he was stopped by another figure who had moved ahead of him. It was Duan Lingtian himself. Due to the urgency of the situation, Yun Zhang did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately unleashed his full strength. Flames raged in the sky as the divine venerate silhouette appeared. The divine venerate silhouette that was more than 100 meters tall charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, it moved to save Yun Qingpeng. In order to save Yun Qingpeng, he used his divine weapon, a pair of meteor hammers. The meteor hammers shot out with a terrifying might, blocking the sword light of Duan Lingtian's law avatar that was about to kill Yun Qingpeng. The sword light was shattered, and Yun Qingpeng was saved from danger. I didn't think that you would be so powerful. However, no matter how powerful you are, you still aren't a match for Elder Yun Zhang. After Yun Qingpeng averted the danger, the fear on his face disappeared and was replaced by indifference and disdain. At the same time, he wanted to mock Duan Lingtian. However, before he could finish speaking, he stopped. This was because in the next moment he saw Duan Lingtian's main body transforming into a sword. The seven-colored sword light shot up into the sky and pierced through the foot of Supreme God Yun Zhang's illusory avatar. Then, before Yun Zhang could retract his attack to save himself, an even more terrifying power exploded and directly annihilated Yun Zhang's Supreme God image. Impossible! Yun Zhang's shocked and disbelieving voice was heard. In the next moment, his Supreme God image was completely annihilated. His entire body turned into ashes. At the same time, a huge illusory figure rose into the sky and let out an unwilling cry before crashing to the ground. A medium ultimate god had fallen, just like that. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yun Zhang had just saved Yun Qingpeng and died in the next moment. In fact, if he did not save Yun Qingpeng, even if he was no match for Duan Lingtian's main body, he could still hold on for a while if he gave it his all and concentrated. However, he had underestimated Duan Lingtian and saved Yun Qingpeng, causing him to walk into a dead end. He was almost killed by Duan Lingtian's main body with a single blow. No. Impossible. Impossible. Yun Qingpeng's mocking smile towards Duan Lingtian completely disappeared and was replaced by a pale face that was trembling nonstop. Even his body was trembling. What did he just see? Yun Zhang, a medium ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base, was killed by a single blow. Even if Yun Zhang's carelessness played a part, Was this not too ridiculous? This lower ultimate god was just like him. He had just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had not even consolidated his divine power. However, in the blink of an eye, he had killed a medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Yun Qingpeng felt his soul trembling at that moment. A lower ultimate god like that would be as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn, even in the various divine planes. However, he had encountered one today. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to provoke him. If he could turn back time, Yun Qingpeng felt that he would never provoke him again, even if he was given 1,000 times more courage. Initially, he had wanted to fight with Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the lower ultimate god realm, and use him as a stepping stone. However, he did not expect to lose the medium ultimate god who was guarding him in the blink of an eye. What a strong bond between a master and his servant. Duan Lingtian chuckled as his law avatar returned to his body. He flew out and came in front of Yun Qingpeng as he stared deeply at him. He wouldn't have died so quickly if he didn't save you. Yun Qingpeng was so frightened that he took a few steps back when he saw Duan Lingtian approaching him. His face was pale as he asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? The man who almost killed your cousin, Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly before he said with a regretful expression, It's a pity that your Yun clan leader left him a way out. Otherwise, he would have died earlier than you. His words were tantamount to sentencing Yun Qingpeng to death. Initially, Yun Qingpeng was wondering if he could threaten Duan Lingtian by mentioning the Yun clan, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land. So Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian's words sent a chill down his spine as he realized Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the Yun clan. Your Excellency, Yun Qingpeng took a deep breath and tried to suppress his fear. You won't get much out of killing me. If you're willing to spare my life, I can help you kill Yun Qingyan. Since you've attacked him before, I'm sure Yun Qingyan and my uncle must be very careful now. It'll be difficult for you to find an opportunity to attack Yun Qingyan again. If you spare my life today, I can repay you with Yun Qingyan's life. I'll help you kill him. He will be wary of others, but he won't be wary of me at all. With my help, it won't be difficult for you to kill him. The more Yun Qingpeng spoke, the calmer he became. At the same time, a hint of fanaticism could be seen in the depths of his eyes. If he could kill Yun Qingyan, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages. Yun Qingyan was a vengeful person. Yun Qingpeng had offended Yun Qingyan because of a small matter when he was a child, and Yun Qingyan had held a grudge against him ever since. If he was not the son of Yun Qingyan's uncle, the second master of the Yun clan, he might have been killed by Yun Qingyan a long time ago. Even so, Yun Qingyan did not like him and would humiliate him whenever he had the chance. Even if Yun Qingyan died, the position of the Yun family patriarch would not fall into his hands. After all, his uncle, who was the patriarch of the Yun family, still had other sons. However, if Yun Qingyan died, he would be happier than anyone else. At the very least, he would not be bullied like a grandson anymore. It seems like you don't have a good relationship with Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingtian had planned to kill Yun Qingpeng. However, when he heard Yun Qingpeng's words and saw the fanaticism in the depths of his eyes, it was not difficult for him to figure out what Yun Qingpeng was thinking. He could tell that Yun Qingpeng was not lying. Yun Qingpeng's emotions were most likely real. If this was all fake, then Yun Qingpeng was too good at acting. To be honest with you, sir, Yun Qingpeng said in a deep voice, I can't wait for Yun Qingyan to die. If you're confident you can kill him, I don't mind creating an opportunity for you. Of course, I'm also afraid of death. I'll only help you after I find an opportunity to escape unscathed. I won't hide this from you. I won't lie to you, Yun Qingpeng said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. Then he smiled faintly. Interesting. In that case, let's exchange soul pearls so we can contact each other when we return to the divine offering land. All right, Yun Qingping's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He knew his life was saved. At the same time, he realized Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill Yun Qingyan. How did Yun Qingyan offend Duan Lingtian? Yun Qingping's heart was filled with curiosity about this. However, he was not surprised. After all, with Yun Qingyan's character, it was normal for him to offend someone. Chapter 4274. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Yun Qingping, Yun Qingping's desire to live made him think it was better to keep Yun Qingping alive than to kill him. Even if Yun Qingping's hostility toward Yun Qingyan was just an act, he would only have to kill one lesser ultimate god. The death of a lesser ultimate god would only bring him limited rewards. Even if he could obtain a divine weapon, he did not lack any ordinary divine weapons. Even if Yun Qingping was only willing to help him kill Yun Qingyan, Duan Lingtian would let him go. Even if Yun Qingping was willing to help him, he would still let Yun Qingping go. To Duan Lingtian, Yun Qingping's life was not important. However, Yun Qingping was on his kill list. One day, he would kill Yun Qingyan. It did not matter who was behind Yun Qingyan or what force he belonged to. Duan Lingtian's original intention would not change. I'll look for a military camp and leave now. You can contact me when you return to the divine offering land. I should have a plan to lure Yun Qingyan out by then. After reaching an agreement with Duan Lingtian, Yun Qingping was no longer afraid of Duan Lingtian. He smiled before he turned around and left. Although Duan Lingtian seemed free and easy, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Duan Lingtian watched Yun Qingping leave calmly. He did not say a word from the beginning until the end. To him, it was not a big deal if Yun Qingping went back on his word. It would be a pleasant surprise if Yun Qingping kept his word and helped him. Next, I'll look for a place to cultivate in seclusion. The chaotic zone will open in a year. At that time, I'll not only have to face people from the divine offering land and the land of punishment, but people from the other realms of gods as well. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself after Yun Qingping's figure disappeared from his sight. Naturally, there is no Xiangang land in the other realms of gods. I wonder how Ke is doing now. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of loss. Although there was no way to confirm whether his wife Ke was dead or alive, because Ke's soul orb had already lost its effect with the passage of time, there was no way to determine whether she was dead or alive. However, he had a strong premonition. Ke must still be alive. However, he didn't know how Ke was doing now. Once the chaotic realm opened, as long as Ke was in the god's judgment battlefield, he was almost certain that Ke would definitely go there. After all, Ke's purpose in coming here was to become stronger. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was now focused on the chaos zone that would open a year later. At the same time, deep in his heart, he also hoped to meet Ke there and reunite with her. Not long after separating from Yun Qingping, Duan Lingtian finally found a place that he was satisfied with. He began to cultivate in seclusion, waiting for the opening of the chaotic region a year later. Currently, Duan Lingtian only needed to focus on improving his cultivation base and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. With the supreme divinity constantly increasing his understanding of the law of space through his soul, there was no need for him to spend any extra effort. This was a good thing that only happened to him after he became a divine venerable. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a year. In this year, you'll focus on smelting the 7 embryos of the supreme divine weapons and strive to improve the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Before going into seclusion, Duan Lingtian reminded Huang immediately responded, Master, Huang understands. I'll definitely give you a pleasant surprise in a year's time, Huang said seriously. Master. At the same time, another soft voice sounded. It was the sword soul of the supreme divine weapon that Duan Lingtian's avatar used. If you and Sister Huang don't mind, I can also help the 7 orifices exquisite sword refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons. Helping me refine the embryos will consume a lot of your energy. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Huang spoke first. Whether I'm at my peak or not, my help to master is limited. Sister Huang, on the other hand, upgrading the 7 orifices exquisite sword will be of greater help to master. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess what the sword soul of the other divine weapon was thinking when he heard what it said. It wanted nothing more than to curry favor with him. After all, although he had many supreme divine weapons in his possession, most of them had lost their weapon souls when their owners died and became ordinary supreme divine weapons. He couldn't be bothered to spend the effort to suppress and subdue the supreme divine weapons that still had their weapon souls. Therefore, under such circumstances, as long as there were no accidents, the 7 orifices exquisite sword would become a supreme divine weapon in the future. Duan Lingtian's next step would naturally be to upgrade its original divine weapon. Since you're willing, you can help Huang, or refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Although he knew what the sword soul was thinking, he didn't point it out. Besides, this was a good thing for him, not a bad thing. If the 2 sword souls worked together to refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons for the 7 orifices exquisite sword, it would definitely be more efficient than Huang alone. Yes, master. The sword spirit responded, and his tone became more respectful. The battlefield of the God's Inquisition, the inner area. A little further into the inner area, at the foot of a towering mountain, there was an inconspicuous cave hidden behind many vines. If someone came nearby and used their divine sense to investigate, they would definitely discover that there were several layers of formations set up above the vines. At this moment, behind the formations, there were 2 figures hiding in the depths of the cave. You shouldn't have come with me. An elegant and beautiful woman sat cross-legged on a bed in the depths of the cave. She looked at the young and beautiful woman beside her and sighed. The battlefield of the God's Inquisition is too dangerous, after all, especially the inner region. Last time, if I hadn't left quickly, we might have been captured by the Upper God Emperor from the Divine Offering Land. At this point, the beautiful woman's eyes were still filled with fear. Last time, she and her daughter had almost been captured by a bearded man who had come from the Divine Offering Land like them. Judging from the other party's intentions, it was obvious that he had come with ill intentions. If they fell into his hands, they would definitely not end well. Mother, the young woman shook her head. It's precisely because I know that this place is dangerous that I want to follow you. Mother, if anything happens to you, even if Chuin isn't by your side, I won't live to see another day. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's face was filled with heartache, but there was also guilt in the depths of her eyes. As her other daughter had not been by her side since young, she had given double the love and care for her daughter. As a result, she rarely cut ties with outsiders and was especially reliant on her. Now, it seemed that all this was not a good thing for her daughter. Forget it. The beautiful woman sighed. Anyway, 100 years won't make much of a difference. If we can't find your sister within 100 years, we'll have to leave this place. I only hope that she's still alive and well. The beautiful woman said. Mother, don't worry. Sister will definitely be fine. The young woman comforted her. In the Divine Offering Land, the Xia family. Xia, you had just returned from the old site of the Ling family. He had acted together with the patriarch of the Yun family to seal his daughter, Xia Ningshui, in a spatial tunnel in the old site of the Ling family. Although he looked calm, there was guilt in the depths of his eyes. Shui, I'm sorry. I owe you too much. Xia Yu sighed. I'll make it up to you in the future. I promise. Ever since his daughter's previous life, although he did not seem to care about his daughter on the surface, in fact, he cared a lot about her in his heart. However, He was worried that if he cared too much, it would make others feel unbalanced. For example, his current wife. He could not be by his daughter's side all the time. Therefore, he could only protect his daughter in this way. However, he did not expect his daughter to be so staunch. In order to break the engagement, she actually gave up her life and chose the almost certain death path of reincarnation. Before that, even he thought that the so-called reincarnation was just a legend. Although it was a secret method passed down in the Xia family since ancient times, even the supreme expert of the Xia family himself said that the secret method was not necessarily true. In the history of the Xia family, many people used the secret method when they were about to fail the heavenly tribulation. However, none of them successfully reincarnated. Therefore, when his daughter chose the path back then, he also thought that his daughter would not succeed. However, he did not expect that a few decades later, he would hear the news that his daughter was still alive. Originally, he did not want to allow his daughter to be kidnapped by her previous life's engagement. However, the master of the Yun family had used the safety of the powerful cultivator behind the Xia family as a threat, forcing him, the master of the Xia family, to make a choice between the Xia family and his daughter. At that time, he chose the family. He gave up the small to choose the big. Until a few days ago, when he found out that his daughter had been stopped by the Yun family at the entrance of the Xia family and had vowed to die, he felt guilty and decided that he would no longer be threatened by the patriarch of the Yun family. This time he would choose his daughter. However, he did not expect that the patriarch of the Yun family would take the initiative to cancel the engagement and no longer threaten his daughter. At the same time, although he had threatened him again, he had only threatened his daughter's freedom for 1,000 years. In his opinion, that was a small matter that was not even worth mentioning. As for his daughter's husband in this life, he had looked down on him from the beginning. He felt that he had cheated his daughter, until he found out from the patriarch of the Yun family about the achievements of his son-in-law. Although he was shocked, he did not have any feelings for him. Compared to the supreme expert of the Xia family, it seemed insignificant. Therefore, he was once again threatened by the patriarch of the Yun family. So much so that he and the patriarch of the Yun family had sealed up his daughter in order to help the Yun family lure out his son-in-law after the dimensional battlefield closed. End of chapter. Chapter 42-75. In this world, there were a total of 18 realms of gods. Usually, there would be 9 realms of gods that intersected. Every 100 years, there would be a period of 10 years when the 9 realms of gods would be divided into 3 groups and intersected to form a chaotic zone where people from 6 realms of gods would coexist. In other words, there would be 3 chaotic zones. In each chaotic zone, people from 6 realms of gods would coexist. In these 3 chaotic zones, it was said that there were more and better opportunities left behind by supreme experts. If one could obtain great opportunities in these chaotic zones, it was possible for one to soar into the sky. Therefore, when the chaotic zone opened, not only would a group of godly venerable experts enter, but most of the God Emperors would also enter. Multi-source app. Mimi read even when the chaotic zone opened in the inner area of the realms of gods, there were still many God Emperors who entered to take the risk. Most of these God Emperors were eager to become stronger. Among them, many of them were those who did not have much confidence in facing the next heavenly tribulation. They wanted to further increase their strength before the heavenly tribulation arrived, so as to reduce the risk of being seriously injured or dying in the heavenly tribulation. They had cultivated to their level and lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, they would not be willing to die in the face of death. Living in this world was a fight against the heavens. Unless they did not break through to a higher cultivation base, they would not face the heavenly tribulation and would not be in danger. However, how many talented people would be willing to stay at a lower cultivation base? The profound Zen battlefield. It was also the realms of gods where the profound gangland and the pilgrimage grounds intersected. When the chaotic zone opened, There was also a zone in the inner area of the profound Zen battlefield that intersected with the other 2 realms of gods. The people from 6 realms of gods gathered together. When the chaotic zone opened, the people from the 3 realms of gods swarmed in like a swarm of bees. Of course, it was more of a swarm of bees than a swarm of bees. Since the realms of gods were very big, the inner area was very vast. Even if a group of people entered, it would not be very lively. I wonder how little junior brother is doing. After the chaos zone opened, the 10,000 Law Academy's vice headmaster Yang Yuchen, who is also the current 3rd senior brother of the 10,000 Law Academy's inner palace, also entered. Right now, Yang Yuchen was alone. His 2 sworn brothers had left after coming out of the natural secret realm. With their strength, there was no need for them to travel together in the planar battlefield. To them, traveling together was the greatest luxury and waste. That was because if they stayed together, even if they were lucky enough to encounter an opportunity, it would be shared among the 3 of them. He might as well travel alone. Whatever he encountered would belong to him. Furthermore, the chances of encountering a fortuitous opportunity would also be higher. Just like before, Yang Yuchen had encountered a natural secret realm and invited them to enter together. If Yang Yuchen had spent most of his time with them, he might not have had the chance to encounter that natural secret realm. Of course, the natural secret realm that Yang Yuchen encountered had a lot to do with sending Duan Lingtian to the battlefield of the God's Inquisition. Or it could be said that if he hadn't sent Duan Lingtian to the battlefield of the God's Inquisition, he wouldn't have had the chance to find that natural secret realm. Not long after entering the Chaos Zone, Yang Yuchen arrived outside a mountain range and felt a violent energy fluctuation in front of him. It was obvious that there were experts fighting. This divine power, aura, 2 medium ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen was surprised and couldn't help but move closer out of curiosity. After entering the mountain range, Yang Yuchen finally saw the 2 figures in the storm. The battle between the 2 medium-level ultimate gods was in full swing. After a while, their power of law erupted and 2 heaven and earth anomalies appeared at the right time, illuminating millions of miles. Yang Yuchen's expression changed as soon as the power of law appeared. He naturally knew what it meant. It meant that they were at the peak of the medium ultimate god. Unless both of them had not mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for him to defeat them with his power of law that could illuminate millions of miles. Boom! Rumble! The 2 medium ultimate gods were fighting. 2 ultimate gods who were more than 100 meters tall were fighting each other. The power of law shrouded millions of miles, and the momentum was vast. Every blow caused the surrounding mountain range to tremble. Countless rocks flew up, and many mountain peaks were shattered. With every step they took, many mountain peaks were directly crushed into flat ground. Yang Yuchen realized that the 2 were not to be trifled with and was about to retreat to watch the battle so that they wouldn't notice him. However, he suddenly noticed that one of the figures looked familiar. Yang Yuchen took a closer look at one of the figures and suddenly frowned. It's her. The 2 figures fighting in front of him were a man and a woman. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's eyes fell on one of them, which was the woman. Her power of law has illuminated millions of miles. She won't lose, right? I'd better not watch in case I'm discovered. Let's turn around and leave. Yang Yuchen felt that his luck was a little bad. Why did he meet her here? Wasn't she in closed-door cultivation? Could it be that she came out because of the breakthrough in her power of law? You haven't entered the upper ultimate god realm yet. Didn't you say that you wouldn't come out until you entered the upper ultimate god realm? Yang Yuchen felt a headache coming on. However, just as Yang Yuchen was about to turn around and leave, the woman who was fighting fiercely suddenly spoke and looked in Yang Yuchen's direction. Yang Yuchen, I saw you. Seeing your woman being bullied, you turned around and left. Are you still a man? The woman's voice was loud and magnetic. She had the spirit of a heroine. The middle-aged man who was fighting with the woman suddenly changed his expression. Someone was coming. Moreover, he knew his opponent. Have I been discovered? Yang Yu-chen's body stiffened, and then he sighed in his heart. He turned around and stepped into the air and flew toward the battle. Since he had been discovered, there was no way to hide. Otherwise, if the woman complained to his first senior sister in the future, he would be in deep trouble. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yu-chen stepped into the air and said in a low voice, It doesn't matter if I'm a man, but you're a woman. You should care more about your reputation. What if you can't get married in the future? The woman giggled as she fought with her opponent. I'll definitely marry you. Yu-chen, we're destined to be a couple. Otherwise, why would I immediately meet you when I just entered the planar battlefield a few days ago? I heard that you entered the planar battlefield. That's why I came. The woman smiled. Yang Yu-chen's face darkened when he heard the woman's words. He cursed in a low voice. It must be that fellow who betrayed me. Brother? Tui. To think that I invited him to enter the natural secret realm with me. So you entered the natural secret realm. The woman came to a realization. Yu-chen, you didn't ask me to come because you didn't want to disturb my cultivation, right? Yu-chen, you're still the one who cares about me. Unlike my father, who saw that the chaotic area of the planar battlefield was about to open and directly interrupted my closed-door cultivation so that I could enter to seek opportunities to break through. As the woman spoke, her words were clearly expressing that she felt that her father was inferior to Yang Yu-chen. When Yang Yu-chen heard this, he felt a wave of exhaustion in his heart. Didn't you say that you came to find me because you heard that I entered the planar battlefield? A woman's mouth was a liar. Bang! A loud bang resounded. The woman exerted all her strength and blocked the opponent's somewhat agitated attack. It's difficult for me to defeat you alone. However, my fiancé is here. You'll definitely lose. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. Since this young man that just arrived was her fiancé, his strength shouldn't be weak, right? Retreat. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man's heart sank, and he prepared to retreat at the first possible moment. However, he'd just turned around when he was stopped by Yang Yu-chen. Yang Yu-chen's speed seemed to have increased greatly in the blink of an eye, and he blocked the middle-aged man's path. At the same time, a phenomenon of the power of laws appeared and illuminated 1,000,000 miles. Yu-chen, your power of laws has broken through as well. The woman was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised. In this way, it'll be even easier for us to take down this fellow. Illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Yu-chen, who was blocking his path, with disdain. This bit of power of laws was far inferior to his. However, just as he was about to break through Yang Yu-chen's encirclement, he realized that once Yang Yu-chen's power of laws was released, its strength was not inferior to his power of laws at all. This is the Tao of control. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Now he finally knew why his opponent, the woman, was so confident in this young man. This young man had mastered an extremely powerful Tao of control. Run. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately took out a drop of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power. His strength erupted as he prepared to escape. However, almost at the same time, Yang Yu-chen took out a drop of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power. Even the woman did the same. When the middle-aged man saw this, his expression changed again. At the same time, he did not try to escape. Instead, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. As for Yang Yu-chen and the woman, they looked enlightened. At the same time, they did not use the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power that was floating in their hands. Smack! As the jade slip was crushed, an extremely powerful force that caused one's heart to palpitate appeared. Then a huge face appeared. It glanced at the middle-aged man coldly before looking at Yang Yuchen and the woman. When it swept past Yang Yuchen, it did not seem like much. However, when its gaze landed on the woman, it frowned slightly. Old Shue's descendant. Junior Shue Ing greets Senior. The woman looked at the huge face that was staring at her and bowed slightly. Senior, are you planning to intervene in the dimensional battlefield and save your descendant? Needless to say, the woman knew that the middle-aged man was definitely the descendant of this supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he was definitely a descendant that was highly valued. Otherwise, he would not have such a life-saving technique in his hands. Chapter 42-76. One had to know that it was not easy even for a supreme powerhouse to condense such a jade slip with the projection of the original body. Every jade slip required a long time to be nurtured. Moreover, only one jade slip could be nurtured every once in a while. Unless it was someone highly valued by the ultimate powerhouse, it was impossible to possess a jade slip that was projected by the ultimate powerhouse. Of course, Shui Ing also had such a jade slip. However, she had it because the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Shui family valued her and treated her as his own granddaughter. As for why he valued her, it was because she was one of the two most outstanding people in the current generation of the Shui family. As a woman, she was not weaker than the heir of the Shui family. Moreover, she had a deeper relationship with the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Shui family because the supreme powerhouse ancestor was the ancestor of her lineage, and they were closer by blood. Yang Yuchen of the inner palace of the Myriad Law School in the Xiangang land greets Senior. At this time, Yang Yuchen followed Shui Ing and bowed slightly to the giant face that appeared in the void in front of him. At the same time, there was a hint of envy in the depths of his eyes. Look at her. Seeing that she was about to be killed, she crushed a jade slip and her life was saved. When will our inner palace be able to produce such a powerful expert? Senior sister, is there hope? I hope Senior sister won't be too reckless in the outside world. If she dies before becoming a supreme powerhouse, then I will lose a backer who may become a supreme powerhouse. If Senior sister becomes a supreme powerhouse, I will ask her for 8 or 10 jade slips with the projection of her original body. I won't have to worry about being killed a few more times. Yang Yuchen was secretly looking forward to it. That's not right, suddenly. Yang Yuchen thought of something. Now, I've found another little junior brother for the inner palace and 4th junior sister. Both of them are weaker than me. Even if eldest senior sister really becomes a supreme powerhouse and can take out the jade slip with the projection of her true self, I'm afraid she'll give it to them first, right? Thinking of this, Yang Yuchen felt a headache and helplessness. Inner palace of the Myriad Law School? Finally, the giant face that appeared in the void opened its eyes to size up Yang Yuchen for the first time. In the depths of its eyes, which Yang Yuchen did not notice, there was a hint of fear. A moment later, he nodded at Yang Yuchen and said, I've long heard that the inner court branch is filled with talents from the lower planes. It's not bad that you've achieved this at such a young age. At this moment, what was the attitude of this utmost powerful being towards Yang Yuchen? It was obvious that he was much more easygoing. As for Yang Yuchen, he thought that the other party was doing it for Shui Ying's sake. A moment, the giant face's gaze, would it fall on Shui Ying again? The girl from the Shui family? I'm Shangguan Mingdao. Is this my direct descendant in the Shangguan family? Do me a favor and let him leave? What do you think? Shangguan Ming said. Hearing the giant face's words, Shui Ying's eyes flashed. So, it's a senior from the Shangguan family of Red Maple Land. Senior, even the projection of your true body has appeared? Of course, I have to give you face. But, this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop your descendant by myself. It's fine on my side. At this point, Shui Ying paused for a moment and looked at Yang Yuchen. She smiled and said, I'm afraid Senior will have to show some sincerity on my fiancé's side. Red Maple Land? The Shangguan family's utmost powerful being, Shangguan Mingdao. She knew this person. He was an utmost powerful being whose strength was slightly inferior to her Shui family's utmost powerful being, so she was not too afraid. She would directly ask for benefits from the other party. She also firmly believed that the other party would definitely bleed. In the dimensional battlefield, even if an utmost powerful being appeared, they would not dare to make a move easily. Once they made a move, it would alarm everyone and attract the dissatisfaction of other utmost powerful beings. If the situation was bad, they would be severely punished. Although utmost powerful beings stood at the peak of this world, they could not do whatever they wanted. There were many other utmost powerful beings who could keep them in check. Even if their strength was shocking, a group of utmost powerful beings could still suppress them. Of course, if an utmost powerful being's projection appeared in the dimensional battlefield, as long as they did not make a move, it would not alarm other utmost powerful beings right now. This expert from the Shangguan clan clearly did not plan to do anything. He only wanted her and Yang Yuchen to let his descendant go. In this kind of situation, even if it could be said that he had interfered, there would not be any negative consequences for him. However, as the descendant of an utmost powerful being who was still alive, how could Shui Ying let the other party save her descendant so easily? Did he not want to bleed? Impossible. Fiancé. Hearing Shui Ying's words, the expression on the huge face changed rapidly. Then he smiled and said, "Sincerity is naturally necessary. I can't let you give me face for free." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge face in the void shook and then condensed into a human figure. It turned into a dignified, middle-aged man who was faintly discernible and seemed both real and illusory. Take these 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts as compensation for you. Shangguan Mingdao glanced at Yang Yuchen, then raised his hand and threw out 2 embryos of utmost divine artifacts, which floated in front of Yang Yuchen. When Yang Yuchen saw this, his eyes instantly lit up, but he still looked calm on the surface and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." He did not mean to be polite. There was no need to be polite. Even if he did not get what he wanted, the other party might not feel that he owed him a favor. After all, the other party was an utmost powerful being. If this was not the dimensional battlefield, and the other party did not dare to make a move easily, the other party would not be so polite. "Thank you, Senior." At this moment, Shui Ying also smiled and expressed her gratitude. It was as if Yang Yuchen had gotten the embryos of utmost divine artifacts. She was happier than she had gotten the embryos of utmost divine artifacts. "Let's go." Shangguan Mingdao nodded and then looked at his descendant, the middle-aged man. "You have to be careful in the dimensional battlefield. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the dimensional battlefield just because you're one of the best among middle-level ultimate gods and can even fight against ordinary high-level ultimate gods. This time, it can be considered a lesson for you." When the middle-aged man heard Shangguan Mingdao's words, he had a guilty expression on his face. After all, it was because of him that his ancestor had taken out 2 embryos of utmost divine artifacts. It should be known that it was not easy for even an utmost powerful being to nurture embryos of utmost divine artifacts. After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man bowed slightly to Shangguan Mingdao's projection before he left. However, before he left, his gaze was cold when he glanced at Yang Yuchen and Shui Ying. After all, it was because of these 2 people that he had to crush the jade slit that his ancestor had left him with the projection of an utmost powerful being's true body and caused his ancestor to lose 2 embryos of utmost divine artifacts. If it wasn't for the 2 of them joining forces, I wouldn't be afraid of either of them. I, Shangguan Fusu, will get my revenge one day. The middle-aged man's name was Shangguan Fusu. He was the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Shangguan clan in the Red Maple Land. That was the reason why he was protected by the utmost powerful beings. He had originally thought that with his strength he would be able to do as he pleased in the Chaos region, where the 6 gods of God realms coexisted. He did not expect to meet a woman whose strength was on par with him as soon as he entered the chaotic region. When the woman said her name, he knew she was on par with him. After all, she was the precious daughter of the Shui clan, an overlord ultimate god clan in the mysterious gangland. She was one of the 2 most outstanding people among the younger generation of the Shui clan. As for the other person, Yang Yuchen from the inner branch of Wanfa Law Palace, he had never heard of him. He had only heard of the first disciple of the inner branch of Wanfa Law Palace. She was also a woman with amazing strength. Even the Shangguan clan's high-level ultimate gods praised her. Even his father, who was second only to the master of the Shangguan clan in terms of strength, admitted that he was not a match for the first disciple of the internal palace of Wanfa Law Palace. He's that person's junior brother. Sooner or later, I'll find a chance to spar with the 2 of you alone. Although he had left, Shangguan Fusu's heart was filled with unwillingness. If he were to meet any one of them alone, he would not be afraid of them. However, the 2 of them were able to team up against him. After seeing Shangguan Fusa leave, Shui Ying and Yang Yuchen would not be able to catch up with him. The projection of the Shangguan clan's ultimate expert, Shangguan Mingdao's original body, gradually disappeared. However, before he left, he took a few more glances at Yang Yuchen. Just like Shui Ying and Yang Yuchen, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen, who was not the descendant of an ultimate expert, was more worthy of his attention. Phew! After Shangguan Mingdao's original body projection disappeared, Shui Ying heaved a sigh of relief. An ultimate expert, after all. Even if it's just an original body projection, it's still hard to breathe. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he deeply agreed. At the same time, he sent out the 2 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts that he had just obtained and let them float in front of Shui Ying. Keep them for yourself. Shui Ying waved her hand and said, "These things are useless to me." Useless to you? Hearing Shui Ying's words, Yang Yuchen felt as though his heart had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. You have ultimate divine artifacts. If you have ultimate divine artifacts, why didn't you use them just now? If you had used them, even if you were alone, you would have been able to easily defeat Shangguan Fusu. By now, Yang Yuchen had already guessed the identity of the middle-aged man who was able to make an ultimate expert of the Shangguan clan appear. Only the number 1 person of the Shangguan clan's younger generation, Shangguan Fusu, would have such a card. No, Shui Ying shook her head. If I had ultimate divine artifacts, I would have used them to kill Shangguan Fusu just now. Clearly, Shui Ying had also guessed the identity of the other party. Shangguan Fusu, even in the upper circle of the various divine planes, was a well-known figure. No matter what, he was still a genius of the Shangguan clan. Then you, Yang Yuchen frowned. I only have 3 supreme divine weapon embryos so far. Even with these 2, it's impossible for me to gather 9 supreme divine weapon embryos before I become a higher ultimate god. Shui Ying shook her head and said, "Not long ago, the elder ancestor promised me that as long as I become a higher ultimate god, he would give me an ultimate divine artifact. So these things are useless to me. I'll give you the 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts that I have. They are useless to me." As soon as Shui Ying finished speaking, not only did she return the 2 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts to Yang Yuchen, she also took out the other 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts and handed them to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was dazzled by this, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Deep in his heart, a faint sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. They were all humans, they were all medium ultimate gods. Why was the difference so huge? Chapter 4277. The Chaos Region Duan Lingtian entered the chaos region from the inner region where the people from the 6 planes of gods were from. His state of mind had changed from the initial calm to a slightly disturbed state. After all, the chaos region of the dimensional battlefield was even more chaotic than the usual dimensional battlefield. Many people even called it the meat grinder, the Emperor God's meat grinder. It was also the ultimate God's meat grinder. With his strength, it was difficult to find a worthy opponent among the lower ultimate gods. However, in the chaos region, there were not only lower ultimate gods, but also intermediate ultimate gods and even high-level ultimate gods. In this 1 year, the one that improved the most is still the space law. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to improve his cultivation base in the past year of closed-door cultivation, the time was too short. Even if he used up the accumulated rewards in his body, it did not improve much. After entering the ultimate God realm, every step forward in cultivation was harder than ascending to the heavens. On the other hand, the space law had successfully transformed and reached the stage of illuminating 1,000,000 miles. Now, my understanding of the space law that I'm most proficient in has already surpassed Third Senior Brother's understanding. I wonder if Third Senior Brother has also mastered the law of illuminating 1,000,000 miles. The improvement in the space law had also improved Duan Lingtian's strength. Although there was still a long way to go before he could completely consolidate his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, there are very few medium ultimate gods who could be his match. Of course, those top intermediate ultimate gods like his third senior brother Yang Yuchen were not inferior to him. Suddenly, a cry of unwillingness rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, he saw a faintly discernible shadow soaring into the sky in the distance. After letting out a cry of unwillingness, it crashed to the ground with a loud crash. The heaven and earth vision of 100,000 miles loomed in front of him. Just by looking at the fallen figure, Duan Lingtian could easily tell that a lower ultimate god had fallen. He had seen many similar scenes before and was very familiar with them. What a mess! I've been in the dimensional battlefield for quite some time. Although I often create such scenes, it's rare to see such scenes created by others. Now, this is my first day in the Chaos region. I never expected to see such a scene. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Of course, he also knew that this was because this area was densely populated. Just this area. The people from the 6 universes were gathered in this place. This meant that he could encounter enemies from 5 different places at any time. No matter who it was the same. If Kerr is still in the planar battlefield, now, even if he hasn't come in yet, he should be here soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, and my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, thinking of Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuin, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a headache. Was it supposed to be a trip to find his wife? Now, it had become a trip to find his wife, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law. Of course, he knew as well. It was not Linghu Renfeng's fault. Linghu Renfeng, as Kerr's mother in her previous life? The reason why she took the risk to come here was because she was worried about Kerr's safety. Moreover, she didn't know that this son-in-law of his could grow so strong in such a short time. That year, before Linghu Renfeng came to the battlefield of the God's judgment, she had looked for him in the Xianging territory and left him some things. Although he didn't want to meet her face to face, he could feel the good intentions of this mother-in-law. Although Duan Lingtian had been to this area before, he had never been to this area before. However, at that time, it wasn't the Chaos region yet. This area hadn't overlapped with one of the 2 other planar battlefields' inner regions. Now, when they overlapped, not only did the environment and landscape change, even the atmosphere became much more solemn. For example, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to fly in the air. He only dashed forward on the vast land, crossing mountains and ridges. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. Even though his strength could be considered to be not bad in the Chaos region, there were still many people who could defeat or even kill him. not to mention the high-level supreme gods. Among the mid-level supreme gods, there were many who were stronger than him. In the past, when this was the battlefield of the gods' judgment, there were high-level supreme gods and mid-level supreme gods, but there weren't as many as there are now. The number of high-level supreme gods and mid-level supreme gods is more than 3 times more than before. It might even be 5 times more, or even 10 times more. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this point. Many mid-level supreme gods and high-level supreme gods came here because of the opening of the Chaos region. Their goal was to seek fortuitous encounters in the Chaos region and obtain what they wanted. The Chaos region was said to be a place that was specially taken care of by the strongest, because this area overlapped with the resources of the 3 planar battlefields, secret zones, and other resources. Under such circumstances, the probability of encountering a secret realm and other opportunities would naturally be much higher than before. /////, it was more than 2 to 3 times more. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was carefully moving forward. He didn't know that he was being watched. Duan Lingtian was shuttling through the mountains and ridges. His figure was sometimes hidden in the forest, and sometimes revealed. All of this was seen by 2 people. The 2 people who were watching Duan Lingtian were middle-aged men. One was tall, and the other was short. One was thin, and the other was fat. The tall one was thin, and the short one was fat. It shouldn't be difficult for the 2 of us to take him down, right? The short and fat middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his slightly dry lips as he asked the person beside him with a sharp look in his eyes. The tall and thin middle-aged man was calm and indifferent when he heard that. Don't be hasty. Let's observe a little more. Don't act rashly before we know more about his strength. The Chaos region has just opened. Although there are many opportunities, there are also many hidden dangers. Although he's only a lower ultimate god, we're also lower ultimate gods, and we're not considered the best among the lower ultimate gods. The short and fat middle-aged man did not take the tall and thin middle-aged man's words seriously. You're being too careful. This young man is obviously a lower ultimate god who has just entered the ultimate god realm. He hasn't even consolidated his cultivation base yet. How strong can he be? If you ask me, you're getting more and more. The short and fat middle-aged man did not finish a sentence. It was because the purple-clad young man they were watching had already encountered 3 enemies. The 3 lower ultimate gods joined forces and attacked at the same time. As soon as the 3 lower ultimate gods attacked, the short and fat middle-aged man could tell that they were all lower ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. Judging by their attacks, any one of them was not weaker than him and his companions. It's too late. They've beaten us to it. The short and fat middle-aged man sighed. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, we didn't make a move. If we did, I'm afraid we'd be killed by those 3 even if we managed to take him down. The short and fat middle-aged man sighed. The tall and thin middle-aged man, on the other hand, was staring at the purple-clad young man. At his level of cultivation, his eyesight was very good. It was not difficult for him to see that the purple-clad young man was still calm when facing the 3 people who were attacking him. 100,000 miles weak light. At this moment, the short and fat middle-aged man beside him cried out in surprise. In the distance, the leader of the 3 people who were attacking the purple-clad young man released his power of law. A heaven and earth vision appeared as a faint weak light covered an area of 100,000 miles. The short and fat middle-aged man gasped. If the 2 of us are really targeted by the 3 of them, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. He and his companions had not comprehended the power of law to the level of 100,000 miles weak light. The tall and thin middle-aged man's originally calm face turned solemn at this moment. Something's not right. Suddenly he found another problem. That was, even if one of the 3 people who were attacking the purple-clad young man displayed such a power of law, the purple-clad young man still did not change his expression. Is he scared out of his wits? Or, just as the tall and thin middle-aged man stared at Duan Lingtian in the distance and found that Duan Lingtian was still calm in the face of the three people besieging him, Duan Lingtian was also a little surprised when he saw the three lower ultimate gods suddenly attacking him. He did not notice the three of them. It seemed that they were very well hidden. Also, with his current divine consciousness, if the other party deliberately hid and used some formations, he might not be able to detect the existence of a lower ultimate god. 100,000 miles weak light? A lower ultimate god who can master this level of power of law is very strong. However, his water law should have just broken through not long ago. Among the three people who had surrounded Duan Lingtian, the person who had comprehended the law of weak light to the extent of 100,000 miles was an expert in the law of water. At this moment, he was the first to charge at Duan Lingtian. Waves rolled out like the mouth of a giant beast as he attempted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. The other two followed closely behind, full of murderous intent. Teleport. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he teleported to the back. None of the three people was an expert in the law of space, so it was difficult for them to restrain his teleportation. However, it was difficult to restrain Gawain Nan, so the three people sped up and chased after him. "You're digging your own grave." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then his divine power vibrated and the law of space erupted, illuminating 1,000,000 miles of heaven, and earth vision spread out and enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, in front of him, a beautiful figure in a rainbow-colored dress seemed to merge with his power and turned into a rainbow-colored light sword that fell into his hand. Illumination 1,000,000 miles. The leader, who comprehended the power of law to 100,000 miles weak light, was a young man. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Kill him with all your might!" He hasn't consolidated his cultivation base yet. It won't be difficult for the three of us to kill him together. As soon as he finished speaking, he exploded. As for his two companions, although their eyes were filled with shock at this time, they also used all their strength to attack at the first moment. Illumination 1,000,000 miles? In the distance, the tall and thin middle-aged man who was hiding in the dark was shocked, while the short and fat middle-aged man beside him was already stunned. He just entered the ultimate God realm, and he already mastered the power of law to illuminate 1,000,000 miles? And it's the law of space. Chapter 42:78. The chubby middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the scene unfold before him. If he went up alone, even with the help of his companions, he would definitely be killed. Duan Lingtian did not know that someone was watching him in the dark. His attention was completely focused on the three people who were surrounding him. When the three of them saw his power of law that illuminated millions of miles, they attacked him together without holding back. It was obvious that they wanted to use their strongest power to suppress and even kill him. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword has now completely merged with the 2 supreme artifact embryos. I wonder how powerful it is. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword instantly whistled out. It carried a fierce sword intent that originated from the sword Tao as it charged toward the strongest person among the three. Of course, it was only the sword principle. Duan Lingtian did not use the sword principle of control. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword ray shone brightly and intertwined with a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles. It was exceptionally bright. No! An exclamation filled with shock and disbelief sounded in a timely manner. Then a ray of light shone. In the next instant, a huge shadow soared into the sky and roared unwillingly before crashing to the ground. Impossible! How is this possible? When the other 2 people who were besieging Duan Lingtian saw that the strongest person among the 3 of them was killed with a single strike, their expressions changed. Shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. However, just as they were subconsciously stunned, whoosh, the seven-colored sword ray continued to sweep across the sky. By the time they reacted, the seven-colored sword light was already very close to them. No! One of them also let out a cry of unwillingness. The other person opened his mouth, but did not have time to make a sound. Bang! Bang! In the next instant, another two huge shadows soared into the sky. After letting out two unwilling cries, they crashed to the ground. The sound reverberated in all directions as if there was a violent earthquake. It turned out that the other two people who were surrounding Duan Lingtian were also killed by Duan Lingtian with one move. He had killed two people with a single strike. From the beginning until now, Duan Lingtian had only attacked twice. Not bad. It's a pity that you met me. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the remains of the lesser ultimate god who had comprehended the power of law to the 100,000 miles weak light realm, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He believed that if it was any other lesser ultimate god who had not consolidated their cultivation today, they would not be able to do so. Facing the encirclement of these three people, it was basically certain death. Continue walking. I'm so low-key and my cultivation is so weak. I don't think there's a middle-level ultimate god who would target me, right? Let alone a high-level supreme god. Even a high-level supreme god wouldn't want to look at me, right? As Duan Lingtian thought about this, he put away the three divine artifacts and continued forward. The three of them had died too quickly, apart from the first one, whose attack had been shattered by Duan Lingtian. Even the artifact souls had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian, but the other two artifact souls were still alive and well. However, when Duan Lingtian put away the two divine artifacts, why were the two artifact souls behaving so obediently? They did not dare to show the slightest disobedience or resistance. This was because they knew that if they disobeyed or resisted, they would definitely die. Duan Lingtian continued forward. He did not know. At this very moment, behind a cliff behind him, there was a strange voice. Two figures were still looking at him from afar. The short and fat middle-aged man was trembling all over at this moment. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Oh my God, isn't this too scary? Him comprehended the sword principle? That sword principle? It doesn't seem to be as simple as just comprehending it. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying lesser ultimate god. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this is someone who has just entered the lower ultimate god realm. Have you ever seen such a terrifying lesser ultimate god? I feel that although he has just entered the lower ultimate god realm, I'm afraid there are not many lower ultimate gods who can match him. He's too strong. The short and fat middle-aged man said as he looked at the tall and thin middle-aged man beside him. The tall and thin middle-aged man took a deep breath when he heard the short and fat middle-aged man's words. His back was soaked with cold sweat. With his strength, I'm afraid he can even protect himself against those who have just entered the intermediate ultimate god realm and have not consolidated their cultivation base yet. He's very strong. Fortunately, someone helped us test the waters first. Otherwise, we'd all be finished. The tall and thin middle-aged man still had some lingering fear when he recalled the scene of the three men being killed in just a blink of an eye. Yes, fortunately, someone made a move first. The short and fat middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Only those who stood at the top of this world knew that the world they were in had another name, the Defiant Divine Realm. In the Defiant Divine Realm, the 18 realms of gods stood at the top of the food chain. Below them were 81 Devata realms and countless mundane realms. The 18 realms of gods were the little worlds in the bodies of the 18 supreme powerhouses. They were also the 18 guardian gods of the Defiant Divine Realm. They seemed to be high and mighty, but in fact they bore extremely important responsibilities. If the 18 realms of gods were shattered one day, this world called the Defiant Divine Realm would not be far from destruction. The positions of the 18 realms of gods in the defiant divine realm were connected together and formed a circle. And in the center of this circle, there was an independent plane. This plane was known as the conference plane. The purpose of this realm's existence was for the supreme powerhouses to gather and open a meeting. Today, the long-awaited meeting of the supreme powerhouses was about to begin. In fact, this meeting of the supreme powerhouses had been launched 2 years ago. However, it was not easy to get a group of supreme powerhouses to gather together. Apart from those who could not leave, 2 years was enough for a group of supreme powerhouses to gather together. Of course, when supreme powerhouses gathered together, they usually gathered in the form of projections. The conference realm was an empty realm. The spirit energy here was thin, and the space was thin. There were spatial cracks everywhere, giving a feeling of fragmentation. Let the meeting begin. As an indifferent voice spread throughout the realm, shadows were projected from all directions. Each shadow carried an extremely terrifying aura. Wherever they passed, long and narrow spatial cracks appeared in the void. With so many supreme powerhouses gathered together, even if it was just a projection, it was not easy for a single realm to bear. Soon, in the fragmented realm, shadows appeared one after another. At the same time, the huge face that had announced the beginning of the meeting also turned into a human shadow at this moment. Today's meeting mainly revolves around 3 topics. This person was a handsome young man. He wore a long white robe and had a scholarly air about him. He looked like a scholar. However, when he spoke, his pair of sword-like eyebrows seemed to be imposing without being angry. The first topic is that in the battlefield of the divine judgment, someone intervened and saved his descendant from a personal secret realm for a one-on-one duel. When he said this, the young man's originally calm tone turned cold in an instant. In an instant, most of the shadows shifted their gazes to a middle-aged shadow. "Ning Yunheng, you say it yourself." The young man said indifferently. The middle-aged man who was called outside. "This matter is my fault. I hastily intervened in the battlefield of the dimensions and even attacked. I am willing to be punished." The middle-aged man was the only supreme powerhouse of the Ning family in the land of punishment, Ning Yunheng. In the past, the most outstanding descendant of the Ning family, Ning Yixuan, was almost killed. Ning Yixuan crushed the jade slip given by Ning Yunheng at the critical moment and summoned the projection of Ning Yunheng's original body. Ning Yunheng's original body projection attacked and broke through the secret realm to save Ning Yixuan. You will be punished to guard Maluan Ferry for 3,000 years. Do you have any objections? Does anyone else have any objections? The young man glanced at Ning Yunheng indifferently, then looked around and asked. Hearing this, Ning Yunheng hurriedly shook his head. No objections. My original body will rush to Maluan Ferry now. It will not leave Maluan Ferry for 3,000 years. As for the others, none of them made a sound. They could understand Ning Yunheng's actions. After all, if they were in Ning Yunheng's position, they would not stand by and do nothing. It was to the extent that the descendants they valued the most also had a projection jade slip of their true body that was used to save their lives at critical moments. Let's drop this matter. The young man spoke again and ended the first topic. It was obvious he did not want to waste any more time on this topic. The second topic is the realm battlefield. The young man's eyes glinted. There are only 100 years left before the realm battlefield ends. According to past practice, in the past 10 years, 6 realms of gods will open a realm of chaos in the 18 realms of gods. This time, I plan to extend the opening of the realm of chaos to 70 years. At the same time, in the last 30 years, an upgraded version of the realm of chaos will be opened. People from the 18 realms of gods will be able to appear in the same area. The 9 realms of gods will overlap in one of the areas in the realm battlefield. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the group of supreme experts present, including Ning Yunheng, who had just been punished, narrowed their eyes slightly. Following that, The sound of heavy breathing reverberated in the air. This was not the first time they had witnessed such a scene. In the past, such a scene had happened before. There were some rare treasures in the outer realm. They were useless to them, but they were very useful to ultimate gods. Even for them, it was something they yearned for. In terms of value, it was even more valuable than all the resources they had spent on their descendants in the past. Previously, I heard that the Ningyuan realm and the Yuhuang realm discovered a divine corrupting spring in the outer realm's Tianwen Road. While they were fighting for it, someone stole it from behind. An old man looked at the young man with a shocked expression. Could it be? As for the others, their gazes landed on the young man in unison at this instant. Divine corrupting spring. A single drop of the divine corrupting spring was equivalent to a mid-grade, lesser, ultimate god cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 years. An entire drop. Chapter 42-79. Battlefield of the Divine Inquisition. Chaos Region. This region did not only belong to the battlefield of the Divine Inquisition, but also the other two-dimensional battlefields. To be precise, it was part of the inner regions of the three-dimensional battlefields that overlapped and formed the Chaos Region known as the God Emperor and Ultimate God Grinder. Duan Lingtian had been keeping a low profile all the way. However, what puzzled him was that there were still people who dared to provoke him. Those who dared to provoke him were all lower ultimate gods. Without exception, all of them were killed by Duan Lingtian. This lower ultimate god has just entered the ultimate god realm, and he's already so strong. I'm afraid he's not weaker than me. On one side of a mountain, a figure could not help but gasp as he watched the purple-clad young man who had just killed a lower ultimate god effortlessly. I'm a medium ultimate god, but I have a feeling that I'm not confident in defeating him. I even have a strange sense of danger. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that I, a medium ultimate god, would be frightened by a guy who just entered the ultimate god realm. He shook his head and left in a flash. Whether this feeling is real or not, there's no need to provoke him. There's no reward for killing him. Plus, his storage ring is self-destructed. I'll only get his divine weapon at most. A superior divine weapon that might even lose its artifact soul is not worth the risk. The medium ultimate god vaguely realized that Duan Lingtian was not to be trifled with and chose to leave. However, he did not know that he had just saved his life. Duan Lingtian, who had just killed a lower ultimate god, seemed to have noticed something. He frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. At the same time, the entire Chaos Region, the entire battlefield of the Divine Inquisition, and even all the dimensional battlefields who were above the ultimate god realm looked up at the same time. After a few breaths, even the god emperors of the major dimensional battlefields looked up. They looked at the sky. At the same time, the sky of the major dimensional battlefields was no longer calm. It began to shake, as if something was shaking the space above. What's going on? What is this phenomenon? This is the first time I've seen it. 900 years? I've never seen anything like this before. What is this? At this moment, a group of god emperors and reverends raised their heads. Looking at the constantly turbulent sky, their faces were filled with confusion. Only a few long-lived and knowledgeable ultimate gods? Everyone frowned. This is the supreme expert in charge of the planar battlefield is going to speak, changing the rules at the last minute. These people, they had either experienced a similar scene before or heard about it from others. However, Duan Lingtian was a newbie who had just entered a realm of gods. He had no idea what was going on. What's the situation? I've never heard of the planar battlefield sky being like this. Duan Lingtian raised his head. Looking at the sky and smacking his lips, he had a puzzled look on his face, completely unable to understand what was going on. This was the first time he had seen it, and he had never heard of it before. He had been in the planar battlefield for at least a few decades. However, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. What's that? Finally, even the existences below the immortal Emperor realm in the battlefield noticed the tremors in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Many of them had their own guesses, and many of them were just as confused as Duan Lingtian. At the edge of the sky, the turbulent sky finally began to calm down at the same time. An indifferent man's voice reverberated throughout the planar battlefield. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Lingtian. In the next 100 years, the realm of chaos will no longer be open for 10 years. It will be open for 70 years. In the remaining 30 years, the upgraded realm of chaos will be opened. The 3 realms of chaos will be stacked together to form a single realm of chaos. Speaking up to this point, the voice paused for a moment before continuing. The rules of the planar battlefield won't always change in the last 100 years. However, every time the rules are changed, it means that there will be greater opportunities. After the upgraded realm of chaos is opened, there will be a same realm ranking for every cultivation level above the Celestial Emperor realm. There will be a ranking for the lower Celestial Emperor realm, another ranking for the middle Celestial Emperor realm, and so on until the upper Celestial Emperor realm. The ranking will be based on the number of chaos points. In the upgraded realm of chaos, killing someone of the same cultivation level will give you a certain amount of chaos points. If you kill someone of a higher cultivation level than you will receive 3 times the amount of chaos points. If you kill someone of a higher cultivation level than you will receive 10 times the amount of chaos points. After entering the upgraded realm of chaos, you will be given a brand new token. It is similar to the Battle Merit token, and its main purpose is to accumulate chaos points. Killing someone of the same cultivation level as you or someone of a higher cultivation level will give you chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you, not only will you not receive any chaos points, but you will also lose some chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you will lose 3 chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you will lose 10 chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you will lose 30 chaos points, and so on. 1 month before the realm battlefield closes, the same realm ranking will be calculated. The top 10 people will receive additional rewards. Even the 10th place will receive a drop of divine corporeal spring water. In the upgraded realm of chaos, not only can you obtain chaos points by killing, but you can also obtain chaos points if you're lucky enough to encounter a fortuitous encounter. You can also obtain chaos points by challenging the difficulty of the secret realm. The indifferent voice of the man entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, causing the shocked Duan Lingtian and the others to gradually calm down. When the man's voice resonated in the air, Duan Lingtian knew he was a supreme powerhouse. As the man continued speaking, Duan Lingtian also learned that the last 100 years of the realm battlefield would not be the same as before. The realm of chaos would only be open for 10 years, and the remaining 90 years would be the same. This time, the realm of chaos would be open for 70 years. At the same time, in the last 30 years, the upgraded realm of chaos would be opened. At the same time, the same realm ranking and chaos points would appear in the upgraded realm of chaos. In the end, the top 10 people on the ranking would receive additional rewards. / divine corporeal spring water. What's that? Duan Lingtian had never heard of the divine corporeal spring water. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he still felt that the term was very unfamiliar. No matter where he went, he had never heard of it before. The top 10 and last place on the ranking will all receive a drop of divine corporeal spring water? It's just a drop of divine corporeal spring water. How valuable is it? Could it be comparable to the divine power of an ultimate expert? At this moment, Even Duan Lingtian felt that the ultimate experts were a little stingy. When the 9 great planar battlefields converged, how many ultimate experts would there be in one planar battlefield? 9 planar battlefields meant that there would be dozens of ultimate experts. With so many ultimate experts, the upgraded realm of chaos ranking would only receive a drop of divine corporeal spring water for the last place? Too stingy. Even if you get a drop of ultimate experts' divine power for the last place, no one will think that you're stingy. Are all ultimate experts so stingy? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, although the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan in the land of sanction had saved his descendant and caused Duan Lingtian to no longer feel that the supreme powerhouse was mysterious, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the supreme powerhouse was still very lofty and impressive. After all, although the Ning clan's ultimate expert had taken his descendant away, he had still given him 2 ultimate artifact embryos. Too stingy. In comparison, the Ning clan's ultimate expert is too generous. The 10th place doesn't even get a drop of ultimate expert's divine power. Who knows? The reward for the first place might not even be as valuable as the 2 embryos of ultimate artifacts. No one knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, they would have scolded him. In the reverse divine world, a drop of divine corporeal spring water was worth 10 drops of ultimate expert's divine power. Sometimes, even if you exchange 10 or 20 drops of ultimate expert's divine power for a drop of divine corporeal spring water, the other party might not even be willing to trade. But how many ultimate experts are there in this world? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this question after he finished complaining about the stinginess of the ultimate experts. In this world, there were 18 realms of gods, and there were 18 realms of gods. Moreover, the number of realms of gods could not be increased. Since ancient times, there had always been 18 realms of gods. I've heard before that in order to become the master of a realm of gods, one must replace the original master of a realm of gods. Otherwise, one won't be able to turn one's little world into a realm of gods. This world can only accommodate 18 realms of gods. Although there are only 18 realms of gods, there are more than 18 supreme powerhouses in this realm. Apart from that, it seems like there are many other supreme powerhouses as well. There are 9 realm battlefields, and each realm battlefield only has a few ultimate experts. That means there are dozens of ultimate experts. Any realm battlefield was created by many supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian had long heard about this when he was in the mystic Handaland. Moreover, he was sure this news was true. Apart from these dozens of ultimate experts, are there any other ultimate experts? If there are, perhaps there are more than 100 ultimate experts. If there are more than 100 ultimate experts, then there are quite a number of ultimate experts in this world. It's not a big deal to become one of them. After all, there are so many ultimate experts. Unless I'm stronger than the other ultimate experts. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about this. At this moment, even he felt like he was getting carried away. He could not continue thinking about it. Now that he thought about it, it was not a big deal to become an ultimate expert. If he continued thinking about it, he might be able to become an ultimate expert before the realm battlefield closed. Chapter 4280. When the voice from the sky came to an abrupt end, the turbulent sky had also completely returned to its original calm state. Of course, there was a process in between. However, it was this process that caused many people to not be able to recover in time. They were still in shock. An immortal had personally spoken and informed them of the sudden change in the dimensional battlefield's rules. I actually heard an immortal's voice. Many people's faces were flushed with excitement. There were also some who began to float. I didn't expect to actually hear an immortal's voice when I came in this time. When I go back out, I'll tell my big brother, who didn't come in with me, about this. He'll definitely be so jealous of me that he'll go crazy. An immortal. I really didn't expect that I would be able to hear his voice in my lifetime. An immortal's voice. Even if it's a man's voice, it feels like the sound of nature. Usually, it was impossible for an immortal's voice to appear in the dimensional battlefield. At least, most people would not be able to hear it. Moreover, to most people in the dimensional battlefield, an immortal was a legend. Although they knew of the existence of an immortal, they also knew that they were very, very far away from an immortal. In the past, even hearing an immortal's voice was harder than ascending to the heavens, let alone seeing one. Today, however, everyone in the dimensional battlefield had all heard an immortal's voice. In the dimensional battlefield, most people at this moment, after regaining their senses, had an indescribable excitement on their faces, of course, other than most people who were excited. There were also a few people who were very calm. These people were either people who had experienced similar situations before or people who came from powerful ultimate God forces. Previously, not only had they heard an immortal speak, some had even seen an immortal. After all, powerful ultimate God forces all had immortals behind them. Even if an immortal was elusive, as long as the force behind him appeared once every 10,000 years, as long as he showed his face, there would definitely be some people who would be able to see his true appearance. Now, some people's elders in the dimensional battlefield had never even heard an immortal speak in their entire lives. It was because of this that they were excited. In another chaotic region, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of sharp sword light that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart, falling from the void. Were they like angry dragons? Wherever the sword passed, the mountain rocks cracked and souls scattered. No, a trembling scream rang out. It was a young man who stared at the green figure in the distance with shock and disbelief. A young man in casual clothes, standing with his hands behind his back, surrounded by sword light. He was like a god of swords. How is this possible? How could a mere god emperor like you kill a lower ultimate god? The young man felt like he was going crazy. Him and his elders, as Tao protectors, they would venture into the chaos region together. It wasn't easy for him to meet someone with the same level of cultivation as him. Should he let his elder take care of the formation while he personally made a move? He wondered if he could borrow the other party's hand. Stepping into the upper god emperor realm. That was right. How far away was he from the upper god emperor realm? It was only half a step away. Merely, he did not expect that Wang Chong would declare that he was no match for him right from the start. Then he turned his attention to the protector beside him and ordered him to attack him. His guardian was a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. Even among the lower ultimate gods, he was not considered weak. However, even though Wang Chong had given his guardian enough space to unleash his full strength, he was still easily killed by Wang Chong. Bang! A huge figure rose into the sky, and after letting out a cry of indignation, he landed on the ground with a loud crash. The heaven and earth vision of a lower ultimate god falling. And all of this, the instigator was merely a middle god emperor. Also, he is only a god emperor, but he has mastered the power of the law of time to the extent of illuminating millions of miles. How could there be such a god emperor? Could he be the reincarnation of an ultimate expert? Thinking of the ultimate experts, voiced 2 hours ago before he met the person in front of him, the young man suddenly had such a thought. However, this also became the last thought in his life. A sharp sword light swept past his body and merged into his body. Then, tens of thousands of swords shot out from his body, and he turned into a bloody mist. The upgraded chaos region. At that time, if nothing goes wrong, I should be able to step into the upper god emperor realm. After the sword light around the green-robed young man disappeared, a sword floated into the air and merged into his body. He looked in front of him and muttered to himself. Little Tian should have entered the chaos region as well. However, The chaos region where the Shangang land is located is not the chaos region where I am. I'm afraid I'll have to wait 70 years before I can meet him again when the upgraded chaos region opens. The green-robed young man was none other than Duan Lingtian's master in the lower secondary realm, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Ever since Feng Qingyang came to the solitary destructive heaven alone, he had begun his journey as a lone ranger. At first, he was aimless and left everything to fate. However, later on, there was an item left behind by the Supreme Being's inheritance that suddenly lit up and heated up. Then it actually guided him to a certain region. That region was the place where that Supreme Being had stayed in the past. That region did not exist in any of the realms of gods. One had to forcefully break through space in the realm battlefield to enter it. It belonged to another realm. With Feng Qingyang's strength at that time, it was naturally impossible for him to do so. However, with the help of the item left behind by the ultimate expert, he easily broke through space and opened the door to that realm. After that, Feng Qingyang entered the realm and discovered it was the ultimate expert's home. It was different from the temporary cultivation ground in the Azura Hell, or the place of inheritance left behind by the ultimate expert before he died. This was the ultimate expert's true home. There were many things left behind by the ultimate expert. Many of them were useful to Feng Qingyang. Even if they were temporarily useless, they could still be useful in the future. It was also because of this opportunity that Feng Qingyang grew rapidly. Currently, he had already stepped into the intermediate God-Emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation base. He had even mastered the law of time to the extent that he could illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The law of destruction that he was good at in the past had also been left far behind. As for the law of time, the reason why he could improve so much was entirely because there was an ultimate expert's divinity in the ultimate expert's home. It was not the ultimate expert's divinity. It was another ultimate expert's divinity. Moreover, the ultimate expert, who had left behind the divinity, was also good at the law of time. Even Feng Qingyang only realized at that moment that the ultimate expert who had left behind the inheritance for him had obtained an ultimate expert's divinity in the past. That was why he had a smooth journey until he became an ultimate expert. The ultimate expert's divinity that he had obtained could be considered the ultimate expert's divinity of his grandmaster. Moreover, it was an ultimate expert's divinity that had been comprehended for a long time. It was equivalent to being polished. After Feng Qingyang obtained it, he was able to comprehend it with twice the result with half the effort. Of course, the reason why he improved so quickly was related to the sword principle that Feng Qingyang had mastered. His sword principle had recently made another breakthrough. Now he had even begun to try to integrate it with the law of time. It was not a simple combination, but a complete integration. According to some of the ancient records that the ultimate expert had left behind for him at home, Feng Qingyang had also seen the description of this. Generally speaking, this was a technique that only the extremely powerful ultimate experts could master. Even the ultimate expert who had left behind the inheritance for him had not reached that step. Feng Qingyang, a mere middle god emperor, had already begun to walk the path that many ultimate experts could not walk. The root of all this was the sword principle that he had mastered. The sword principle that he had mastered was above the ultimate expert level for the time being. Below the ultimate expert level, there was probably no other person who had mastered the four principles of heaven and earth. Only when one's attainments in the sword principle had reached a certain level could one begin to take that step. And that step did not have a high requirement for the power of law. However, one method led to 10,000 methods. Feng Qingyang's sword principle had reached a certain level of attainment and tried to integrate it with the law of time. In this process, he realized that he had gained many new insights into the law of time. This was one of the reasons why his progress in the law of time was so fast. Previously, when he killed the lesser ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base, Feng Qingyang had tried to integrate his sword principle with the law of time. With just one strike, he had killed his opponent. Little Tian is really my lucky star. Feng Qingyang sighed inwardly when he thought about his disciple. Originally, although his path had been smooth sailing, it definitely wouldn't have been as exaggerated as it was now. In fact, although he was more than 10,000 years old, he had not attained godhood, even though he had extraordinary achievements. However, ever since his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was hunted down by the Yun clan from the divine offering land in the realms of gods, and was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his life began to change dramatically. First, he obtained the Supreme Expert's inheritance and successfully attained godhood. Then, after leaving the Devata realms, he found the Supreme Expert's home and obtained an even greater fortuitous encounter. If I didn't have anything to do with Little Tian, I wouldn't have been hunted by the Yun clan from the divine offering land in the realms of gods. If I wasn't hunted by the Yun clan, I wouldn't have gone to the Azura Hell. I'm afraid the luckiest thing in my life is to have such a disciple. I didn't find this disciple myself. He came to me on his own accord. Feng Qingyang could not help but sigh whenever he thought about this. Perhaps this was the fate of the underworld. Chapter 4281. Even Feng Qingyang himself did not expect that he would have such an exaggerated improvement within 1,000 years after he was 10,000 years old. He had not yet become a god, but he was now an expert among the gods, a god emperor. Although he was only a middle-level emperor god, he felt that he was not far from becoming a high-level emperor god. He was confident that he could become a high-level emperor god before the upgraded version of Chaos Territory opened 70 years later. He was even confident that he could consolidate his cultivation in a short time. What he had obtained from the Supreme Expert's house was enough to support him to reach the ultimate god realm quickly. Of course, he could only rely on himself when he reached the ultimate god realm. Although the Supreme Expert had left some useful things for ultimate gods in his house, they were not very useful. This was also the reason why even the Supreme Expert's son might not be able to progress further when he reached the lower ultimate god realm. Previously, the Supreme Expert could still rely on his own ability and accumulation to help him break through. However, once he reached the ultimate god realm, without stubborn talent and comprehension, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things even if he had help. According to the senior, the Supreme Expert's children and even his descendants wasted their lives in the lower ultimate god realm and died under the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. As a result, many Supreme Experts now realize that their children and descendants do not have enough talent and comprehension. They only let them become ordinary gods and did not let them break through. After all, as long as they do not enter the Divine King realm, they will not face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Feng Qingyang could understand why Zhang Xian was acting like this. After all, if one did not become a divine king and did not face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, they would live as long as heaven and earth. Once they became a divine king, they would have to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation did not care if one's cultivation speed was fast or not. Every 1,000 years, the heavenly tribulation would greatly increase in difficulty. It would continue until one could not take it anymore. I wonder how little Tian is doing now, although Feng Qingyang had left other law clones in the lower dimensions, but the one in charge had been cultivating in seclusion recently. Moreover, his disciple's law clone had not looked for him for a long time. Therefore, he did not know how his disciple was doing. However, with his progress, he might have already entered the ultimate god realm. Feng Qingyang thought to himself, "It's a pity that there isn't anyone from the profound Handle realm in the Chaos region this time. Otherwise, I might have been able to find out some information about him." Feng Qingyang was very clear about this. His disciple? In the past, he had already made a name for himself in the profound Handaland and stunned everyone. Knew who he was? There were many of them. The plainer battlefield where he was now. He had come all the way here? He had also heard of many young prodigies, including the number 1 prodigy of some overlord ultimate god sect, or the top 3 prodigies of some realms of gods. What's more, he had even heard of this plane's battlefield. They were the names of geniuses in the realms of gods that had nothing to do with the Chaos Realm. Ning Yishuan, the most outstanding descendant of the Land of Sanction's giant, godly, venerable rank family. The Ning family was known as the number 1 person of the younger generation in the Land of Sanctions. Some even said that no one in the 18 realms of gods was a match for him. The realm battlefield he was in did not have a sanctioned ground between 2 realms of gods. Even in the Chaos Realm where he was now, people from the 6 realms of gods were gathered. There were no people from the Land of Sanctions among them. He had accurately brushed past Duan Lingtian. Of course, Feng Qingyang did not know that Duan Lingtian was not in the realm battlefield or the Chaos Realm where the people of the profound Handaland were. Instead, he had gone to another realm battlefield and entered another Chaos Realm. Moreover, his disciple Duan Lingtian had already met Ning Yishuan, who was widely recognized as the number 1 person of the younger generation in the Land of Sanctions. In the Divine Offering Land, many people in the Divine Offering Land still remembered that there was once a giant, godly, venerable rank family, the Ling family. However, after the Ling family's strongest person of that generation died, the Ling family declined. Later on, the family was annihilated. As for who was the one who annihilated the family, very few people could confirm. Some people said that the Ling family's strongest person had offended another strongest person. After he died, that strongest person added insult to injury and even sent people to annihilate the Ling family. As for the details, very few people knew. Most people only heard about it from rumors. Now, the once prosperous Ling clan had been reduced to ruins. As a matter of fact, the divine crystal mine beneath the Ling clan had been dug up when the Ling clan was destroyed in the past. As a result, the ruins of the Ling clan had become a barren land where very few people would come for no reason. Moreover, the space where the Ling family ruins were located was very unstable. From time to time, space cracks would appear. It was said that there were Emperor God experts who had been drawn into the space cracks and died immediately when it got close. Of course, there were also people who said that although the Ling family was annihilated, the methods left behind by the Ling family's strongest person were still there. Many space passageways spread around the Ling family ruins. Even if one did not rely on the divine crystal mine to cultivate, one's progress would not be slow. However, those spatial tunnels were not places that anyone could enter as they wished. Even an ordinary, godly, venerable rank expert would most likely die in there. Only a space passageway that had been strengthened by an expert could be stable and not crack. Otherwise, once the space passageway cracked, anyone below the strength of a higher godly venerable would be doomed to die if they were sucked into the spatial turbulence. At this moment, a beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged in one of the passageways. Her eyes were closed as she cultivated. At the same time, the energy of the law was pulsing around her. The beautiful figure was none other than Kerr, the eldest miss of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. I'll be able to reunite with Brother Tian if I stay here for 1,000 years. Even now, Kerr was pleasantly surprised when she thought about how her father no longer forced her, and the Yun family no longer forced her. She even began to look forward to reuniting with her husband after 1,000 years. It's only been about 800 years since I left. Although Brother Tian's innate talent and comprehension are very strong, he should be wandering in the Devata realms at most, right? He must be very worried about me. Father, mother, and sister Fei are being brought to the Divine Offering Land. With his character, he'll definitely cultivate with all his might and even take risks for some fortuitous encounters. I hope he'll be safe. After 1,000 years, I'll leave this place and look for him. The Ling clan's ruins were deserted. When the wind blew, one could only vaguely hear the echoes from the ruins. A large area around them was deathly silent at this moment. A hint of desolation could be heard in the silence. At this moment, a blue figure appeared outside the Ling clan's ruins. However, the figure was far away from the Ling clan's ruins as he looked at them from afar. The figure was dressed in a long blue robe. Based on his figure, one could vaguely tell he was a man. He wore a bamboo hat that hung low and covered half of his face, making him look mysterious. Father, mother, sister, I've already become a divine emperor. I came back from the realm battlefield to retrieve the items left behind by the old ancestor. Now, I'm capable of retrieving those items. The face under the bamboo hat was that of a young man. It was also because Duan Ling Tian was not here. Otherwise, he would have recognized the young man as Ling Jueyun with just a glance. It was Ling Jueyun who had given him the sword soul of the 7 orifices, exquisite sword. Ling Jueyun had met Ling Jueyun in the Devata realm. At that time, Ling Jueyun had an independent sword soul. In order to prevent the sword soul from being destroyed, he had taken the initiative to let the sword soul follow Duan Ling Tian. The sword soul was none other than Huang. His predecessor was the sword soul of Ling Jueyun's sister's prominent Devata artifact. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian would be shocked if he saw Ling Jueyun now. This fellow had become a divine emperor in such a short time. The old ancestor had high hopes for me. Before he passed away, he even gave me the key to unlocking one of his cultivation places. I won't let him down. I'll definitely revive the Ling clan and avenge all of you. Ling Jueyun muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Then he flashed to the side of the Ling clan's ruins and took out something that resembled a talisman. He shook the void, causing a tear to appear in the void. Soon after, the tear opened. Ling Jueyun flew into the tear in the void. As soon as Ling Jueyun made his move, a gust of wind blew. Suddenly, a huge face appeared in the space beside Ling Jueyun. It stared at Ling Jueyun's back as he disappeared into the spatial crack. This lad from the Ling clan is not bad. It hasn't been long, but he's already become a divine emperor. The giant face sighed, then gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the surrounding space trembled as though a formation was being destroyed. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Although I don't have much of a friendship with that old geezer from the Ling clan, I won't allow you to act so presumptuously in my little world. An indifferent voice rang in the air as the formations were destroyed one after another. The owner of the voice was the huge face that disappeared a moment ago. He said that this was his little world. His identity was on the verge of being revealed. Obviously, he was the owner of the divine offering land, a powerful expert. Ling Jueyun had no idea what was happening outside. He did not know that an expert had tampered with the formation outside. He also did not know that he had avoided a crisis because of the intervention of the owner of the divine offering land. At the same time, in the void of the Ling clan's ruins, the space passageways began to shake violently. Then, the space passageways began to break. No, what's going on? There were some mid-level ultimate gods cultivating in the space passageways, but their expressions changed. Once the space passageways broke, they would definitely die. However, it was too late for them to react. As the space passageways broke, they were sucked into the space turbulence one after another and completely disappeared. What's going on? After a while, there was only one space passageway that was not broken and was as stable as before. However, it was also on the verge of collapse as the formations that stabilized it were being destroyed one by one. The beautiful figure inside the space passageway was shocked. Father! Without any hesitation, the beautiful figure immediately took out her soul pearl. As soon as she opened her mouth, she received a reply. I'll be there in a minute. At this moment, a figure that was ridiculously fast was approaching from the north at lightning speed. Chapter 4282. Duan Lingtian did not know that his wife, Ker, was no longer in the battlefield of the divine judgment, much less in the chaos territory. He also didn't know that his wife was facing an extremely great danger right now. He also did not know that the danger his wife was facing originated from the only heir of the Ling clan in the world of divine remains who had been annihilated, Ling Jueyun. Of course, all of this was out of Ling Jueyun's control. If he knew that Duan Lingtian's wife was in the spatial tunnel behind the Ling clan, and that opening the sealed cultivation ground left behind by his old ancestor would cause the spatial tunnel to break, he would have thought of a way to inform her in advance. Duan Lingtian could be said to be his only friend in this world. Although they had not known each other for long, they appreciated each other. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was wandering in the chaos territory, killing one lower ultimate god after another who was looking for trouble. Of course, he did not hold back if he encountered other lower ultimate gods in the battlefield of dimensions. They were all rewards of the rules. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. However, as time went by, he realized that it was very difficult for him to encounter lower ultimate gods. Occasionally, he would encounter a few medium ultimate gods who took the initiative to attack him. However, after he killed those medium ultimate gods, it was difficult for him to even encounter a medium ultimate god. Duan Lingtian had not encountered a single person for half a year. Not only did he not encounter any lower ultimate gods, but he also did not encounter any medium ultimate gods. This situation gave him a bad feeling. Could it be that I've been targeted? Duan Lingtian's face gradually turned solemn. Otherwise, this situation would be too strange. Duan Lingtian thought he was keeping a low profile, but he did not know that he had become famous and was called the most terrifying lower ultimate god by the people in the surrounding area. A guy who had just entered the ultimate god realm and obviously had not consolidated his cultivation base. Not only did he kill lower ultimate gods like cutting grass, but he also killed medium ultimate gods like slaughtering dogs. Even some middle-level ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base and were relatively strong died at his hands one after another. Don't go in that direction. There's a god of slaughter moving forward. He has the strength to easily kill most medium-level ultimate gods, but he's keeping a low profile. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you really go over there, even if you take the initiative to attack him, you won't be able to escape death. Brother, since we're from the same realm of gods, I advise you not to go there. It's very dangerous there. How dangerous? Don't you know that there's a lower-level ultimate god in that direction? He's invincible and invincible. He can even kill a mid-level ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. I'm not lying to you. If you really want to go, don't blame me if you die. Don't go there. It's best not to go there. There's a monster sweeping through that direction. What monster? A low-level ultimate god who hasn't even consolidated his cultivation base can kill a mid-level ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. Are you afraid? At this moment, a large area in the direction Duan Lingtian was heading in had become a forbidden area due to the word of mouth of some passersby. It was a forbidden area that even lower ultimate gods and medium ultimate gods did not dare to enter. In the beginning, there were still a few mid-level ultimate gods who were not afraid of death who took the risk. However, when they saw a few mid-level ultimate gods being killed from afar, those who were hiding in the dark retreated in fear. He's a monster. Although he's just a lower ultimate god, his comprehension of the law of space has reached the point where he can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. On top of that, he's also mastered the terrifying sword principle and control principle. I even feel that the sword in his hand is not simple. It must be a divine sword that is fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Some of the sharp-eyed mid-level ultimate gods who were hiding in the dark saw through some of Duan Lingtian's techniques. Due to this reason, as the news about Duan Lingtian spread, everyone was shocked. That monster. When the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opens in 60 years, who will be able to compete with him on the lower Ultimate Gods ranking list. As far as I know, the competition for the lower Ultimate Gods ranking list should be the most intense. It's said that the rewards this time will tempt even Ultimate Gods. The higher the ranking, the more divine corrupting springs there will be. What? You don't know what the divine corrupting spring is? You're ignorant. The divine corrupting spring is a divine item that is said to be equivalent to a mid-level lower Ultimate God's 1,000 years of cultivation. That's not something that belongs to our world. To be precise, it's impossible for such a thing to exist in our world. What does not belong to our world mean? I don't really understand. I've only heard about it from others. As people talked about the upgraded version of the Chaos Territories ranking list, more and more people knew about Duan Lingtian, the peerless monster among the lower Ultimate Gods. At this time, some people who were observant felt that Duan Lingtian was being too high profile, especially those in the upper echelons who knew a lot more. If that purple-clad young man is not a descendant of an ultimate god, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble soon. You heard about it too? I think so too. If that person doesn't have a backer, he'll be in trouble. 60 years later, when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territories ranking list is released, the competition for the lower ultimate gods will undoubtedly be the fiercest. Moreover, many descendants of ultimate gods will compete for this ranking list. Yeah, although they're usually taken care of by the ultimate gods, there's a limit to how much they can take care of them. Even the ultimate gods themselves don't have something like the divine corrupting spring. This time, they'll definitely fight to the death for this ranking list. In their eyes, that purple-clad young man is just a stepping stone. We can't rule out the possibility that someone already has their eyes on him and is even gathering experts to kill him. I think so too. That person can fight against a medium ultimate god. But what if he's a top medium ultimate god? What if he's a higher ultimate god? How can he be a match for them? Let's not talk about top medium ultimate gods, let alone higher ultimate gods. Even if a dozen or 20 medium ultimate gods surround him, how can he be a match for them? This is the consequence of being high profile. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. While many people in the upper echelons thought Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble, Ning Yixuan, who had just entered the Chaos Territory, heard the news. A purple-clad young man who has mastered the sword principle. Have you heard of the control principle? This piece of information sounded familiar to him. It was unforgettable for him. Back then, in the single secret realm that he had opened after accumulating many years of battle merits, he had almost died in the hands of his opponent. His opponent was a purple-clad young man who was also skilled in the sword principle and the control principle. He had also mastered the law of space. He had not consolidated his cultivation base yet. The only difference was, at that time his opponent had only mastered the law of space to the point where the weak light could reach 100,000 miles. Now he was hearing about a monster who had mastered the law of space to the point where the light could reach 1,000,000 miles. Of course, even so, he did not think that there were two people. I didn't expect. He had another big breakthrough, so soon. The law of space has improved further. His current strength is even stronger. Ning Yixuan felt powerless. Now everyone is guessing whether that fellow has an ultimate god as his backer. Thinking about the words he had heard recently, Ning Yixuan could not help but shake his head. No one knew better than him that that person was just someone from a lower dimension and did not have an ultimate god as his backer. He had specially asked around to understand the other party. The other party did not have a backer. He was just a nobody. It was also because of this that he had almost been killed by the other party last time, which made him very frustrated and even a little self-destructive at one point. Fortunately, he had recovered in the end. Now he also had a new goal, which was to defeat the other party. This would be the motivation to spur him on. In particular, when he heard that the other party had mastered the law of space to the point where the light could reach 1,000,000 miles, the pressure on him increased, and at the same time, the motivation also increased. Now, I don't know if he is still moving forward with a low profile. I also don't know if he knows that his so-called low profile has now become a joke. Ning Yixuan muttered as he shook his head. The descendants of those ultimate gods, especially those who have been stuck in the lower-level ultimate god realm for many years and are not confident about the next heavenly tribulation, must see him as a thorn in their side now. Now, I'm afraid there are people gathering to deal with him. If he dies, does that mean my goal is gone? Originally, this should have been a good thing. After all, if the other party died, he would still be the most outstanding existence among the younger generation in the various planes of gods. However, Ning Yixuan always felt that he would lose his goal and his original motivation would also be gone. This is not a good thing for me. What a worrisome fellow. A few days later, Duan Lingtian, who felt that something was wrong, was just about to leave the area ahead when the road ahead was blocked after walking for a while. More than a dozen figures appeared in front of him, staring at him fiercely. More than a dozen people, all of them medium ultimate gods. Only one of them was not a medium ultimate god. This person was a lesser ultimate god. He was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Boy, you're really strong. You've just entered the ultimate god stage, but you're able to kill a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. When the middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes said this, there was a strong sense of jealousy in the depths of his eyes. As the grandson of an ultimate god, he was usually high and mighty. Even a higher-level ultimate god would be respectful in front of him because he had an ultimate god grandfather who doted on him. However, at that moment, he did not feel any sense of superiority in front of the purple-clad young man in front of him. Although he was the descendant of an ultimate god, his talent and comprehension were limited. He even felt that he would be severely injured in the next heavenly tribulation because the previous heavenly tribulation had already injured him. This time, the appearance of the divine corrupting spring gave him hope of increasing his strength in a short period of time. Because of that, when he heard that there was a tiger in the road, he did not even plan to go out and ask for help from a higher-level ultimate god. Instead, he directly gathered more than a dozen unfamiliar medium ultimate gods. He even promised them that once they killed the target, they would not be mistreated. In fact, after confirming that the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was the descendant of an ultimate god, these medium ultimate gods could not wait to curry favor with him and eagerly followed him. You came especially for me? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Chapter 40, 283. Duan Lingtian was certain that he was being watched. Recently, he had not met anyone along the way. It seemed that there was a reason for this. Perhaps he was already famous now. There must be someone spying on him, but did not show up. Unless he searched everywhere, it would be difficult to find all the people hiding in the dark. Those he had killed earlier were basically people who took the initiative to show up. There were only a few people who he had killed. Kid, remember to keep a low profile if there's an afterlife. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and raised his hand. Everyone, let's do it. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods behind him flew out one by one. Their auras shook the area and their auras surged. Rays of dazzling attacks pierced through the sky and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn when he saw the dozen or so mid-level ultimate gods attacking him in unison and discovered that there were many outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. Although there were no top-level, mid-level ultimate gods among their attacks so far, there were a few outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. A few heaven and earth vision that illuminated 1,000,000 miles had appeared. A mid-level ultimate God who had comprehended the power of law to the point of illuminating 1,000,000 miles was considered one of the best even among the mid-level ultimate gods. Even though Duan Lingtian was confident in his own strength, his expression could not help but change. It was one thing to be confident in himself. However, the dozen or so mid-level ultimate gods in front of him were no weaklings. All of them had joined forces to attack him, leaving him with no way to deal with them. Even if he used all his techniques and had the divine tree of life, he would not be able to fight them head-on unless all of the 5 divine elements had recovered and awakened. Moreover, the 5 divine elements had to be at their peak. However, the 5 divine elements were currently in deep slumber and recovering. It was impossible for them to recover to their peak in a short period of time. Therefore, it was unrealistic to fight the dozen or so people in front of him. If half of them were eliminated, he might still be able to fight them. Who the hell is this person? I can't believe he found so many mid-level ultimate gods to kill me. There's no lack of outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. Duan Lingtian's gaze? In the blink of an eye, it landed on the middle-aged man. It was as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her heart. And at this very moment, he wanted to teleport, but it was also a discovery. The other party also had an existence that was proficient in the laws of space, and clearly knew that he was proficient in the laws of space. As soon as he made his move, he immediately disrupted the surrounding space. There was no way to teleport. He could only brace himself. He dodged to the side, avoiding the combined attack of more than 10 people. Whoosh! The 7 orifices, exquisite, sword appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's avatar of the laws of space also appeared in a flash. Similarly, he wielded his sword and attacked. But even so, even though he did not face the attacks of the dozen or so people head-on, he was still suppressed to the point that he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. At the same time, the dozen or so people attacked again. They all charged at him. Hey, kid, what are you looking at me for? You want to take revenge on me? I'm afraid you can only wait for your next life. Remember, this young master's name is Hong Zhangyi. This young master's grandfather is the omnipotent expert, Hong Weilu. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes smiled brightly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too high profile. As the grandson of an omnipotent expert, even I am not as high profile as you. Today, unless you also have an omnipotent expert behind you, and he left you with a life-saving method, you will definitely die. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man's face seemed to be smiling like a flower. In his eyes, there was a mixture of jealousy and gloating. So what if his talent and comprehension were strong? Wasn't he still going to die here? So what if his talent and comprehension were not as good as his opponents? With a raise of his arm, there would still be a group of middle-level ultimate gods who would risk their lives for him to kill this peerless genius for him. After you die, there will be a place reserved for the upgraded version of the Chaos Region's lower-level ultimate gods list in the future. This is also the reason why I want to kill you. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man, so there was no hesitation in his words, and at the same time there was a strange sense of pleasure. This was a peerless genius, but he died in his hands. In the future, when he met the descendants of other omnipotent experts, he would be able to brag. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with extreme excitement. The grandson of an omnipotent expert? After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian also understood why the middle-aged man was targeting him. It was obvious that the middle-aged man was worried that he would occupy a place in the top 10 of the lower-level ultimate gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos region more than 60 years later. He was blocking the middle-aged man's path. When the middle-aged man first appeared, he could see that the middle-aged man was also a lower-level ultimate god. It seems that even the descendants of omnipotent experts value the upgraded version of the Chaos Region's lower-level ultimate gods list very much. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort to kill me? But isn't the last place in the top 10 of the list just a drop of some kind of liquid? Could it be that the liquid is not simple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized that he might have misunderstood something. The drop of liquid obtained from the 10th place in the upgraded version of the Chaos Region's same level list might not be that simple. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian once again avoided the attacks of more than a dozen middle-level ultimate gods. This time, he still could not find a breakthrough point. The attacks of more than a dozen middle-level ultimate gods were too concentrated. This time he was injured. The blood in his body was churning, and his divine power was vibrating. If it were not for his 99 heavenly veins, he would not have been able to suppress his restless divine power. I have to think of a way to escape. If I continue to fight and get injured again, it will be even more difficult for me to escape. At this moment, although he was in danger, Duan Lingtian's heart was extremely calm. At this moment, he could only face it calmly. If he did not calm down, he would only die faster. Keep an eye on him. He's trying to escape. There were a total of 17 middle-level ultimate gods. 4 of them had mastered the ability to illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Among them, there was no lack of insightful people. Very quickly, they saw some clues from Duan Lingtian's trembling body and rhythmic divine power. Immediately, the 4 strongest middle-level ultimate gods took the lead and went forward to intercept him. The remaining 13 middle-level ultimate gods followed suit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression became extremely ugly. Now that he was exposed, it would be even more difficult to escape. Originally, he did not have much confidence. Now his chances were even lower. I've been too careless. Ever since I entered the dimensional battlefield, I've never encountered an absolute crisis. I've gotten used to everything going smoothly. I should have known that someone might have seen me kill those people. I should have also known that once many people saw me kill them, I would be exposed to a lot of people. This time, I've been too careless. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had been too careless. If he had not stayed in this place all the time and changed places every once in a while, he would not have become a target for others. However, he had been moving in a straight line, which undoubtedly gave others a chance to find him. Sister Shui, can you all wake up and help? In the face of 17 middle-level ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian could only rely on the power of the sacred tree of life to avoid further injuries. The small world in his body opened up, and the sacred tree of life's life force continuously swept out and entered Duan Lingtian's body, quickly healing his light injuries. At the same time, the sacred tree of life projected a looming shadow to block the attacks of the 17 middle-level ultimate gods. However, the stalemate only lasted for a moment before the shadow of the sacred tree of life was instantly shattered. Even the weaker higher ultimate gods would not be able to escape death if they did not run away and fought head-on with 17 middle-level ultimate gods of such strength. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm. Even if he had the ability to kill some middle-level ultimate gods, he could only kill 2 or 3 middle-level ultimate gods who had comprehended the power of law to the point of illuminating millions of miles and had not mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. This was under the condition that he was relying on the power of the sacred tree of life. Today you will die without a doubt. Boy, you have nowhere to run. After the 17 middle-level ultimate gods destroyed the shadow of the sacred tree of life, they charged towards Duan Lingtian. Colorful energy shrouded the void and dazzled brilliantly. However, Duan Lingtian did not have the time to enjoy the beautiful scene in front of him. In his eyes, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe that could take his life at any time. At this moment, the eyes of the lower ultimate god Hong Zhangyi, who claimed to be the grandson of an ultimate expert, burned with jealousy again. This guy even has the sacred tree of life. He has mastered the sword Tao and the Tao of heaven, and he has a complete sacred tree of life in his small world. This guy is really lucky. As the descendant of an ultimate expert, even if his strength was average, his vision was not comparable to ordinary people. He could see at a glance that Duan Lingtian had a complete sacred tree of life in his small world. It was not the manifestation of the sacred tree of life that the ultimate expert had given him. If this guy grows up in the future, he may become an existence on par with my grandfather one day. I must kill him. If he doesn't die and becomes an ultimate expert in the future, even my grandfather might not be able to protect me if he really wants to kill me. Han Zhengyi knew very well that although his grandfather doted on him, if he offended an ultimate expert, his grandfather would most likely give up on him in order to avoid offending the ultimate expert. After all, he was not the only grandson of his grandfather. Little Tian. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's small world. It sounded weak. We haven't recovered much from the previous battle. Even if we attack with all our might, we won't be able to help you much. However, since you've come to us, it means you're in a very dangerous situation. If that's the case, At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water knew it had no choice but to awaken the other 4 divine elements to help Duan Lingtian with the remaining energy it had just regained. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.